Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone to them on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
It kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the last week of the regular season here in the Midwest Esports Conference 2024 CLOL season. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. My name is Mac Dewey. Joining me in the casting booth is my main man, Shibby Cast. Shibby, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. The sunlight is shining on top of me today. It's just cresting through the window here. Usually it's destroying you, but now it's on to me.
Finally, vindication for me. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who suffers anymore.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying. It'll go away as the sun goes down and we get later into the day here. But like you mentioned, another day of MEC, the final week of MEC, and the final weekend to shift around the standings here. And we've got a pretty action-packed day to here as we do get the standings up. ONU, 6-0, King of the Mountain. If you asked me at the beginning of this season, Mac, who do I think would be at the top of the MEC coming into the final week, I would have not guessed ONU. I was sleeping on them, and I feel like all of us were, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think I would have put ONU top one at the start of the season. You know, GVU returning champs looked really good. And pretty much the same roster returning, right? Not a lot of pieces moved around. PNW as well had a lot of hype going in. They're still close to the top, of course, each only one loss respectively, but right now, ONU, really exciting to see. They've had such a good season.
Yeah, and the thing with Purdue Northwest is that they actually ended up losing one of their really big games to GVU in week 4, right? It was a 2-0 win. It was a pretty convincing win, at least in the second game from GVU. Game 1 was super close. It was back and forth between Purdue Northwest, and then game 2, GVU just closed it out almost instantaneously off the back of Nightstar, right? Carrying with the Zeri, with the Kog'Maw, kind of bringing back some of those old picks and these late game ADCs that we don't really see. But for Purdue Northwest, I do think they want to kind of end this week, at least in that top 2. There still is, I think, some sort of opportunity if ONU lose their game, right, to Purdue Northwest later on. Purdue Northwest win this as well. They will end up 6-1 tied with ONU, and in theory, should have the head-to-head. So there still is a path for first place for Purdue Northwest.
Makes this last week very exciting. And talking about Purdue Northwest, our first match of the day, taking on the Drury Panthers. On the blue side, Drury going to start us off. Quick Slice in the top lane, Kaiser in the jungle. Young rookie Orion has been looking awesome in the mid lane. And Fat Cat round out the bot lane.
Yeah, and on Purdue Northwest side, you mentioned him earlier in the top lane. Prank, Doubtful in the jungle, Klexo in the mid lane, Winking and Toponer rounding out that bot lane. Winking as well on his rookie season. It's his first ever competitive stint into League of Legends, that kind of stuff. He's a high-ranking solo queue player. I believe he's challenger. He's got a lot of... He's the new generation, right? He's the next kind of collegiate AD carry, ideally superstar that we'll see here. Purdue Northwest, very, very stacked. Doubtful and Klexo have competed together on Tier 3 for a bit. That's a big reason why Purdue Northwest kind of brought these two in together. I think we interviewed Doubtful a while ago, and he said, yeah, we were a package deal. It was very big that Klexo or Aaron was coming in here, and so I'm glad to kind of see these two succeed. And despite their loss to GVU last week or a couple weeks ago, they still look very good as a mid-jungle duo, right? It's not like you can count them out. They lost to our returning champions. So I think Drury are looking to pick up this win against Purdue Northwest, a beaten, battered Purdue Northwest, but it's still going to be a tough road for them. Yeah,
absolutely. My matchup to watch for this game, our first series of the night, it's another Friday night doubleheader. We got lots of exciting MEC CLL action coming your way. 2 series. Our first one, I'm going to be watching Quick Slice versus Prank in the top lane. Quick Slice has been on an absolute tear, and I feel like he's been a bit of a breath of fresh air for Drury, and someone they've actually really been able to rely on in a lot of these close games. They'll have a tough test. He's going up against the Grand Master, the Elder. The old man Prank memes, I feel like, have been cycled through quite a bit here in our MEC community. But shout out Prank. He's been a stalwart of, I think, what it means to really participate in the group. So really excited to see how he's able to do it against some of these young guns. I feel like, and I didn't expect to come in here tonight with talking about this, but it feels like Prank has honestly kind of struggled a little bit recently, at least in the early laning phase. It goes back and forth. Prank dies, he comes back, gets another solo kill, and then it feels like he's been setting up a lot of aggressive kill trading in the top lane. So I'm curious if that action is going to continue tonight.
He definitely was a safer player when he played on GVU last year, right? And his obviously previous years. It felt like he's kind of been off the leash a little bit, for better or worse. He does have a decent amount of solo deaths, but he's always, like you said, able to bring it back, right? Whether it's on the Udyr, whether it's on stuff like the Darius. I think he's also I think he was allowed 1 Gwen game this whole season so far. And he was allowed 1 Gwen game. I don't know if he's going to get it again, but I think for better or worse, Prank kind of pushing the envelope, getting the most out of this top lane matchup is the best, right? You don't want to neuter a player like that or nerf him. So I think the best way is to let Prank free, let him do what he needs to do. And if he ints, he's still gonna be relevant, right? He's still a team fighting monster.
Exactly. As we get into the draft for game number 1 of our best of 3 series, Drury trying to fight their way into the top 4. Hypothetically, I'll run the note. We talked about it a bit on the podcast, but I think I'm messing with my mic. Sorry for technical difficulties. Try to turn myself up a little bit more. Is that?
I would love it if I need you blasting in my ears. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Drury banning out that Nico. Purdue Northwest banning out the Twisted Fate. So Quick Slice not allowed to play out. Neither is Orion. That could be a flex for them. But Purdue Northwest more than privy to run that Nico Nocturne that we've seen, right? Or Nico anything. Klexo is just really good. I wonder if he's just going to default back to the Azir. I don't hate his Azir. It just feels like his team, they're not on the same page, right? Because we look at that GVU game specifically. He got some really good scoops on the Azir, but there was just no follow-up. He also died here and there. They got caught out. I think Purdue Northwest's kind of biggest struggle point and pain point for them is navigating that late game. When it is like only 1,000, 1,500 gold lead for them, where do they prioritize? How do they set up for objectives? What objectives do they go for? I think this is kind of like a symptom of all the MEC at the moment, where they over-invest into kills. They try to get so much out of it. Instead of just taking the 2 to 3 kills, going back for the objective, they'll opt in to go for more, push for more kills, to kind of like almost end the game in a sense, right? To like make sure that there's no way they can come back.
Yeah, exactly. As we make our way through the rest of the bands, the Kree and Varus taken off of the board. Varus, a staple of the Season 14 meta here, has been probably the most played ADC, I'd say. Or at least in the top 2 or 3 there. PNW looking at finishing us up here with their last band coming in shortly. Drury starting on the blue side. I wonder what might be prioritized for the first pick. I feel like kind of comparing the two sides. Purdue Northwest, they're going to be probably setting up one of their solo laners with the red 5 counter pick. They can wait to see what Drury is picked and then decide what kind of solo matchup they want. A lot of times we see flexible champions picked first because you have a few different options which lane you want to put them in, but that's going to be the top lane champion, Quick Slice, locking in Gnar to start us off here in the first.
Yeah. Has a pretty good matchup into most of Prank's picks, right? Whether it is the Udyr that he wants to go for, maybe an Ornn, potentially a Gwen, as it isn't banned here right now. The Cassante as well. I would like to see Prank pilot this Cassante. It's still a really busted pick, despite the amount of adjustments. I'm not going to call them nerfs, because he doesn't feel weaker. He doesn't look weaker. Yeah. He's just, he's still busted. And so I would like to see them pilot the Cassante. The Xin Zhao, doubtful. One of our best Xin Zhaos in the MEC at the moment.
Oh,
there's
there
the
you
Cassante.
go. You got the crystal ball going.
Thank you, Prank. Yeah, it's fine. Right? It's a little rough in the beginning. Obviously, Quick Slice will have that range advantage. We'll just be able to proc the hyper. But eventually, once Cassante hits that first armor item, whether it is going to be plated steel caps or he's going to opt in for maybe a frozen heart rush, he's going to go for some of those components. That's when it starts to kind of the lane starts to be a little bit better, and he can start fighting Gnar under the turret. He can start, all outing him through the terrain, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of room for outplay once Prank hits 6, but that level 1 through 5 is going to be a little rough.
And with the Xin Zhao lock-in, I don't know if there's anyone more excited than Travesty, who's totally gonna love it. But one of the champions that we've seen creep up a little bit with the recent changes is the Volley Bear, Shibby. And I know we've been talking, I've heard murmurings of the dark web techs, the unkillable demon tank of Volley Bear with, is it Ingenious Hunter, the rune choice to pair with some of these? Get a lot of item haste, get a lot of tank items resetting on very low cooldowns. Can you run that in the jungle?
It's a little bit more difficult, right? Because the real big thing, you could go the Ingenious Hunter, but the issue is that it's a lot of gold for items like Unending Despair, like the Fimble Winter, right? You're not going to get as much procs of that tier off that you'd want. Where you get it in lane, your combination would give you a bunch of stacks. The jungle variant of Volley Bear, that Kaiser I assume is going to play, you can go for the more Frostborn build, but the really fun build and the really OP build that I've been seeing and I've been playing in my games is the press the attack, Sundered Sky, Blue Smite, and then you go Frostborn Gauntlet. You can round that out with something like a Sterax. You can go more damage, or you can cap it off with more armor items or MR like the Frozen Heart, or even the Spirit Visage, which increases your healing. It does a lot more damage. It's a lot scarier as well, coming out of Obobush with Blue Smite and Q. He's so fast. And so if Purdue Northwest end up picking like an immobile AD carry, it could be really rough for them. Ash and Bard banned out here, Corki and Hwei as well. So the really good matchups into Klexo's Azir, excuse me, are banned out here. So I want to see if Drury University is going to opt in for something like the Orianna, or they're going to go completely left field and give us something different. Zeri's creeping back up, Mac, and I know how much you loathe that champion.
It makes the late game team fights really exciting. I feel like it struggles a little bit in the early lane phase. It just wants to get to, that sort of 2 items, 3 items, and test some dragons. It is fun seeing ADs kind of dance around the team fight, skate around, got the blue suede skates on. So it'll be fun to see. Wind King, I think, is one of those ADCs. I'm curious. I feel like some of the ADCs are excited about where the meta's at. Some are a little less excited. Like we talked about Nightstar earlier. He's excited to get some more of those more Kog'Maw picks. But we are getting... This is not how I thought the draft was going to go whatsoever. We're talking about support Red 5 counter pick for Purdue Northwest to try to shut down the bot lane here a little bit. Sivir Braum makes things really safe. In the Soraka from Toponer. Shibby, let's break down these compositions as they've been rounded out.
That is very, very spicy here. Yeah, I was going to say, let's break it down from the mid lane, right? Because that is what was that third pick champion here. Silas is the other champion. You could go Akali as well, but sometimes we've seen the tank Azir kind of flexed into there. Maybe Klexo is going to end up playing that disease that has been taking over everywhere, right? The tank Azir, grasp of the Undying. Klexo could be piling to that here. But yeah, Silas is the only other kind of pick that we've been seeing that functions really, really well, right? Can steal the scoop, can steal the Xin Zhao ult, even the all-out for himself. Hell, if he needs to heal his team, he's got Soraka ult ready to go. But that's one of those champions that, paired with the Volibear, paired with the Gnar, can really go in and just cause havoc in team fights. And now you've layered that on top with a Sivir ultimate, right? On the Hunt could go crazy here, especially if Purdue Northwest are looking to kind of play the split push game, right? Or they're kind of desynced out of position. Drury Northwest, at the drop of a hat, can say, you know what? You're out of position. We're going to fight you immediately. We're going to get to you in 0.5 seconds, 0 to 60 speed.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a big test for Drury here. They're going to be going toe-to-toe. It seems like two compositions that really want to team fight towards the mid-game, fight around objectives, Baron, Dragon, grouping, 5v5. You do have some split push threats, and a lot of the solo carries can potentially wreak some havoc in the side lanes, but Shibby, for this first match here in the best of 3, my expectation is Sivir Zeri, is there really a bot lane matchup that encapsulates looking for the late game better than these two?
Yeah, I think Drury's on a bit of a timer, though, right? Because Purdue Northwest have the Zeri plus Azir scaling, right? And then Soraka just gets more and more nuts as the game goes on, even if you do end up picking up those grievous wounds, whether it is on the Silas, whether it is on the most likely going to be the Sivir, who's the one that can apply it the best. She can still heal a lot, and she's going to get more and more powerful, right? With the new support item, with there being no mythics, you can go all these different healing items, Moonstone, so on and so forth. It's going to be really rough, and Drury just have to keep the pedal to the metal with this Sivir.
Summoners, welcome on to the Rift for our first match of this best of 3 series. It is the end of the regular season, week number 5. It's the week a lot of these teams have been working towards since just a few months ago when the 2024 season kicked off. For the Drury Panthers, can they make a final push? This is one of their biggest tests of the regular season. Purdue Northwest, their first loss came last week against Grandview. Can they bring it back here to finish off the final week on a good note?
Yeah, they've got a tough road ahead of them. Purdue Northwest, they want to vie for that first place. They want to contend for it. This is where it starts. Because if they lose this, they're out of contention, right? They lose this, they're done. They cannot actually end up in first place, regardless if they win their game later on this weekend against ONU. So Purdue Northwest picking a very high scaling composition, and it is going to be the regular Azir, right? Conqueror. We would have seen Lethal Tempo, but it's fine. Conqueror is okay as well. No Grasp of the Undying, no tank items, I suspect. But Klexo could still pull a fast one on us.
Yep.
Jungle starts will be mirrored, right? So Xin Zhao and Volibear both starting on their top camps. We saw a ward go down onto the Raptors. This is a ward that they always do, right? We see consistently from Drury. They always try to get that ward down on the Raptors to figure out where the jungler is starting.
Oh no!
The process of elimination they can just figure out if he's not on his Raptors now, he'll probably be on it a little bit later as the red buff goes down. And Doubtful just going to be opting in to clear. Zeri, Soraka, the double range into Braum is going to be a bit tough for Fat Cat until he gets a couple more levels.
I was thinking that bottom ward didn't quite get in the bush. I am really not sure. It's on the edge there. It's on the left-hand side. I have no idea. I'm like 50-50 if that's giving vision to the bush. But initially, Toponer kind of backed off, so I'm thinking Yuno's ward got the job done. I'm just not 100% sure. We see Kaiser's clear speed. He is zooming. He's already on the bottom half of the map. He's going to have that priority. Klexo did drop a ward to get some vision if Kaiser does decide to try and gank that mid lane. But he's just going to go down, clear his red buff, maybe look for the scuttle that's spawning shortly. And a note in this matchup, I think the most pressure on Drury is going to be on Orion and Kaiser working together. Doubtful and Klexo have just been so good as a mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily winning the mid 2v2, right? It's also just being together, looking for picks together, becoming this kill squad, going to help Quick Slice potentially if Prank overextends, or coming down to this bottom lane, looking for windows of opportunity to punish Purdue Northwest, because they have to get active early. They have to be able to, get that gold lead coming out super, super early and keep that pedal to the metal, right? If it's even for Purdue Northwest versus Drury, that's a good sign for Purdue.
Kaiser's going to try walking into the bot lane. Toponer flashes. A trinket ward did spot the bear in the river. Doubtful's on this bottom side as well. I think he's going to have the priority for the Scuttle Crab. And some really good vision control, honestly, is giving Purdue Northwest so much information on the whereabouts of where exactly Kaiser is going. He's going to get spotted. Doubtful there secures the Scuttle Crab. And Kaiser's, I think, just going to have to take the just, go top. Going to take up that Scuttle Crab up there. The bot lane for Drury's got to be careful here, exactly. He's just going to sit mid, maybe try and push in this wave. Doubtful's in the bot lane. He's going for a gank there. No summoner spells, but there's Fat Cat flashing away. Wind becomes lightning, but Doubtful not dashing in any further. Got to be careful. Meanwhile, I talked about Prank. The advantage. Prank has been dying a lot in the top lane. Is it going to continue? Quick Slice boomerang for first blood.
The hyper proc plus the auto range leashing. Prank popped the ghost, but it just wasn't enough. And you talked about it a little bit, right, offline. Quick Slice versus Prank. Can he make the run? Can he be the difference maker for Drury? And so far, so good. But Prank,
it always happens. I swear. Is Prank going to teleport in again and try? No, okay. Usually, we see enemy top laners die in this situation. Doubtful's coming up here. Pranked is going to get a successful freeze. But Kaiser's on the top side of the map. Maybe he comes through and helps clear it up as the Void Grubs have spawned, and Kaiser's going to try and go for these.
Yeah, Quickslice should be able to TP back because Prank's wave is shoved in. Also, Doubtful had a bit of a delayed back, right? Because he was originally channeling it, then went for that bottom lane gank. Kaiser already ended up getting that scuttle after pushing the mid lane turret, and then he didn't back. So because of that reason, Doubtful is coming all the way back from base, while Kaiser's just able to kind of keep the tempo going, keep the pace going. He hasn't recalled for an item yet. He's still sitting on his blue smite, on his pot. He's most likely going to clear down and then recall and get a really big buy here. I would suspect crazy. Tunneler. Yeah, I would suspect Tunneler if he is going for that Sundered Sky build. A little extra damage is nice, but I've also seen Volleybears just rush Frostborn, go for the tankiness. It's a little bit better, especially in a competitive environment. You don't have to hard carry as much because you can kind of rely on your teammates. But I would love to see the Sundered Sky. It just gives them that dueling power, that skirmishing power that Silas and Gnar so heavily excel in.
Prank in trouble once again. Does have the ultimate and the unstoppable shield push to try and get away, but the stun connects. Quick Slide flashing. There's... Oh gosh, Cameron, go back with Pranked. Is he going to get out? I think he does manage to escape after using the ultimate.
Yeah, uses the all-out, slides on away here. Quick Slice just could not get that last out. He was in that mega form, but because of that, the Grub's going down and everything. There might be a fight for this dragon. Plexo does have mid priority. It's a 4v3 at best.
Yeah.
Orion TP's in. Mountain Dragon goes down, but still, a little dicey for Purdue Northwest. As I was actually completely wrong. Kaiser opted in for the Ionian Boots Rush into Health Crystal. A true team player.
We'll see if it works out for the Panthers as Kaiser trying to get back into the bot lane, trying to sneak his way into the bush, but they're just going to go to Poner. No flash. It's still down, but the stun Fat Cat can't get his concussive blows built up quite quick enough, so there's another recall coming out of Kaiser. And really solid map awareness, I think, there from Purdue. As soon as Klexo started heading towards the river, they're like, okay, you know what? Back off. We're not going to be able to fight this.
Yeah, I think Orion was just TPing in here. They saw kind of Kaiser all the way down, and it was a really good job from Toponer to dodge that follow-up Q from Fat Cat. If that lands, there's potentially a kill window, right? Because he's slowed. The 2 stacks are on him. Maybe opts in for a flash auto W to get that full stun going. But Purdue Northwest, even though they got that little early mishap prank in that top side, Doubtful is looking for a fight, but I don't know if he really is going to be able to take it. Other than that, Purdue Northwest have just been keeping the gold even.
Ultimate coming in, a beautiful chain there. Orion actually stays on to Doubtful, and what a play there. Emperor's Divide comes out as Klexo tries to make a play happen, but I wonder if he pushed them the wrong way. Shibby Kaiser now using his W over the wall, and another Divide comes through as there's a new Emperor in the mid lane. Orion helps out Kaiser, in the mid-jungle duo that we wanted to see step up just made a huge play.
Yeah, Kaiser and Orion taking advantage of Doubtful's aggression, let's say, right? Overextension. Just the ability to go, hey, we're going to kill this guy right here, right now. And they didn't have to really burn anything, right? Ultimate's got burned, but Kaiser still has his flash. Can look for a flash play potentially onto Klexo here to burn it. Or could look bottom lane. There's an opportunity even in the top side if Quick Slice can start resetting that lane and crash this next wave in.
Yep.
World is Kaiser's oyster right now, and Volibear, with the buffs, with the items, kind of just taking over the game.
And I do want to shout out Orion there a little bit because of the clean play from him. The Xin Zhao ultimate came out to knock him back, but he timed it right with the chains that he just went immediately back in. Meanwhile, Quick Slice getting low here. Prank's going to go all out and get the solo kill. We always know Prank may die in lane, but he's going to come and clap back.
Run from it. Dread it. Prank is going to get his kill back. You cannot stop the man. As you know, he's taking quite a bit of damage.
A really interesting map placement right now. Doubtful going for the invade while Kaiser's getting the second set of grubs. I think they're going to be able to get 6 here for the side of Drury. Oh, what a spell shield, Going to be able to escape on out of there, but some notable CS differences between the carries of PNW, Klexo, and Wind King. They're getting a bit of a lane advantage, Shibby. Are they going to be able to carry once the team fights come around?
Yeah, it's just a little bit, but the thing is that kill from Orion and the assist nudges him along and keeps him about 100 gold, roughly almost, right once he picks up this wave. The big thing, though, is in that bot lane, Wind King on the Zeri, a whopping 800 gold up on the Sivir. And realistically, right, Sivir is a utility AD carry until she starts getting to those 3-4 item points. Like, in the early game, it's kind of rough. She's just kind of an on-the-hunt button.
Oh, here we go, Shibby Klexo. Is he going to be able to get out? He does have the ultimate available. The chains barely miss. Oh, Orion can't catch a break
everything
there.
Missed. Everything missed from Drury, right? The Winter's Bite from Fat Cat, the chains like you mentioned. Klexo lives that just burning the slide and ult. I mean, that's really well played for him. Keeps his flash going. I really thought Kaiser would kind of opt in for that flash for flash burn as Wind King, though.
Has he gone too far? Heal plus flash and Ghost used here. A lot of summoner spells as well as the Soraka ultimate. Wind King used his ultimate as well. Did too. A lot of ultimates down. We'll see. It makes this next dragon fight very interesting, shit, because I'm not exactly sure who has the advantage here. It's going to be a potential close fight. Kaiser looking for a way into the fight. He has ultimate as well. Does get the shield from his E, but Doubtful's got a lot of damage. Ultimate out. Kaiser trying to escape. Doubtful with the kill, and it is Purdue Northwest taking the fight in the river. Orion's trying to join in. Chains go wide. Toponer gets knocked up. Orion, no ultimate steal. Here we go. Crescent Guard coming out. Klexo dashing in. Still no Emperor's Divide. So much damage coming out of Purdue Northwest. Fat Cat barely escapes, but it's only 1 kill. I believe Kaiser was the only one to fall.
And it's a bit of a misplay from Drury, right? They had the ultimate advantage coming up. Fat Cat had his ult coming up. Kaiser didn't have to burn it jumping out. He could have used it aggressively, but instead they go way too deep. Doubtful and Wind King put the damage onto Kaiser. And unfortunately, he doesn't have that Frostborn. He's sitting on Sheen plus a Chain Vest. That's not super tanky, right? That Volley Bear is still a little squishy, and so if you just run into them, you eat autos, you eat abilities, you're going to end up dying there. Kaiser had to reactively ult out, and that kind of threw that little ult advantage that you mentioned, that you touched upon for Drury. And so the Dragon goes over to Purdue, Tier 1 turret goes over to Purdue in the bot lane, and now, if you look at the gold, it was even, 2 minutes ago? Now Purdue Northwest in a comfortable 2,000 gold lead on a comp that's supposed to scale, by the way. Azir, Zeri, Soraka, these are champions that are supposed to be put down early.
And we touched a little bit on the CS differences between the carries. Wind King and Klexo now expanding that lead and getting even further ahead, which makes the battle for Drury that much more difficult, given that it's going to be a lot of the damage output. Purdue Northwest's carries are stepping up in this critical match. Against the final week of the regular season. Purdue trying to fight for that top finish. Would be nice. Let's see if they can do it. Their carries have shown up here on the Friday night fight.
The lane swaps have happened for Purdue Northwest and Drury. They're going to send their mid laners to bottom. They're going to put their bottom lanes, the duo, into mid here. Potential fight and skirmish coming up around this Herald here. You see Drury clearing that vision line. Not too much to work with as now Orion.
That's brutal. Orion going to try to push Klexo out, but Klexo just pushes him right back in. So much shoulder damage. Orion's going to try to flash away as we get a potential fight in the mid lane as well. Orion getting some vision control. He's going to dash in, get the healing knockup as well. The wish from Soraka to Poner. I think the difference maker as Orion goes down in the 1v1. To Poner now getting low. One more ricochet. Is it going to do the job? Purdue Northwest are popping off. Wind King taking over in the mid lane. Finds himself with a double kill.
Toponer, the unsung hero there, dropping the wish, giving the edge over to Klexo, and most likely turning that mid lane fight in their favor. It was one more ricochet, one more bouncing blade from Yuno, and that would have been the end of Toponer's life as Quick Slice.
Oh, despite going down early, Prank has gone all out in the top lane, getting back-to-back solo kills. And he's handling business as well, Shibby. I think you talked about it before. The Cassante can eventually get into the lane and start doing a lot of things, and I think Pranked has come online.
Rift Herald does go down here, and Prank should just start hitting this turret, getting it for the top lane, and now that 2,000 gold lead has ballooned to 5,000 at the 15-22 second mark.
Yeah. Crazy turn of events here. Purdue Northwest winning consecutive fights here puts Drury in quite a tough position here, as at about the 16-minute mark here, we got potential soul point coming up for Purdue Northwest, as they're going to be looking to position around getting their next dragon here.
Drury, downward spiral right now. It was a good look from them early on. They had a good skirmish, right, with Orion, with Kaiser, but they just got a little too aggressive, and that's kind of out of the fact that they kind of are on a timer that we mentioned, right? Zeri, Azir, Cassante, these late-game monsters. On Drury's side, you've got to be proactive. You've got to look for these fights. You've got to look for these skirmishes with On the Hunt. But if Purdue Northwest is able to kite them out, they're able to survive that initial engage, it just gets worse and worse for Drury, right? Purdue Northwest is able to get all that damage out, the autos coming out, the heals resetting, right? Wish, this Soraka pick, really, really major. We were talking about whether the R5 counter pick for support would be worth it here. I think this Soraka got an insane value. Quick Slice is just going to die?
He goes Mega right at the perfect time. Prank forced to back away and does still have the ultimate available. I think Quick Slice is just going to have to back here, Shippy. He can't stay in lane as there's Doubtful and Klexo looking for a rumble in the jungle here. Kaiser getting low. He's going to try to ult out once more. Orion knocks him back, but Doubtful goes in with Klexo, and they get the kill underneath the turret. Purdue Northwest coming up with a big play. That's going to mean Dragon is all theirs.
Kaiser just melted, right? Doesn't really have MR. Klexo threw a couple Sand Soldiers his way and just started laying into the volley bear here. Rift Herald does get popped. We're going to see it get on to this bottom lane tier 2. That's 700 gold being divided amongst friends here. Are they going to take it for a second spin? No, they're not. They're going to back off. They're going to go for that constellation prize of that Chemtech Dragon. Mac Dewey, once again, we get a Chemtech soul for ourselves.
Seems that is the pattern for us here, is Kaiser's going to be forced out of his own jungle. Quick Slice trying to join the fight here. Drury looking for something here. Prank's going to join as well. Toponer's the first to go. It's a huge pick, but can they follow it up? Quick Slice with his ultimate looking. I think he whiffed there, and it's going to be Klexo from the back line taking care of business. He's got a double kill going in for more. Quick Slice is the next to fall, and Purdue Northwest secure an ace here at the 18-minute mark, setting themselves up once again for an easy drag. But while I'm talking about dragons, they're focused on the gold-giving objectives. They're just knocking down towers.
Yeah, they're going to take this middle inhibitor turret here. They probably won't go for the inhib because the death timers are so low right now. And another fight, another good look from Drury, but they're just so far behind, right? They don't have the gold to contest with Purdue, even with the numbers advantage. They are 10,000 gold down. Oh, almost 11. Yeah, 11
How
here.
did that happen?
At the 19-minute mark. A couple fights, a couple turrets. Tier 2s, Tier 3s get knocked down, Mac, and that's how you get big paychecks. Purdue's going to back here. They're going to reset, cash in those checks here, buy what they need, and they're going to end up setting up for this Baron coming up in a minute. And with Purdue Northwest's lead, they could just start it and stop it and start it and stop it again and force Drury into a situation where they have to team fight. They have to try to stop it. But with Soraka on your team, you can just endlessly leash Baron.
Aaron, Klexo, Yang, 5-1-1 on the Azir. Level 13, a 2-level lead over Orion. He's having an awesome game so far. And Purdue Northwest, they have a really fast Baron taking team. The objective can just get melted down in an instant, and they might even group up for it. They've got the Soraka healing sustain as well. This could be an easy 20-minute Baron, as Purdue Northwest are not wasting any time here in the first match. They're grouping up, looking for the top lane inner turret now.
Yeah, I mean, they got nothing better to do, right? Baron's not up just yet. They're going to take that tier 2 top lane down, divide that gold once again, 700 roughly, 750 going into their pockets here, and just start the Baron, Purdue Northwest. You are so far ahead. Just tab and see how far ahead you are, and just start the Baron. You are quite literally an item up on every single one of your counterparts. You look at Prank, he's an item up. You look at Klexo, he's an item up. Wind King's an item up. Even in that jungle area, Doubtful is almost an item up onto Kaiser here, and Kaiser's going for the cheap utility Frozen Heart, while Doubtful, I assume, is going for that Titanic Hydra.
Baron has been started up here. Purdue Northwest, they're taking care of it. Let's see. Again, very fast Baron taking team. They're not going to have much issue here. Toponer keeping everyone's health bar is accounted for. It's what you get from an accounting major at PNW. He's helping everyone at 0, 1, and 10. Almost 100% kill participation. He's got the most on the team. Big team player for the squad here, as that gold lead's going to grow even further. Shibby, 13,000. Let's see if they're able to close this game out cleanly with the Baron power play. Something we look for a lot in these teams is setting up all 3 lanes to push. We see Wind King going top, Prank's in the bottom, 3 members mid. They're going to be pushing in. Well, Wind King actually, dude, push top. Come on, why are you going mid? They're looking for that mid lane inhibitor, it looks like.
Yeah, it's open. They're so far ahead. 13,000 gold now, right? It's looking a little worse for Drury.
Choose your own adventure.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Quite literally, Purdue Northwest are in the driver's seat going 100 miles an hour, and I don't think anybody's going to stop them. It's Quick Slice is looking for a 1v1 onto Prank.
Frank uses the ultimate. Orion looks for an engage. He uses Emperor's Divide. Toponer gets thrown back in. Trying to dish out the damage, but doubtful with the easy execute into the backline. Klexo is dominating, and it is a clean sweep. Quick Slice having to run back. He had to abandon his 1v1 effort, and the rest of the team loses the 4v4. Purdue Northwest, 22 minutes into this one. It was supposed to be a late game composition, but they have scaled very quickly and finish off game number 1.
Yeah. Zeri, Azir, Kazante, come on. This was not supposed to happen. We were supposed to see some 35-minute team fight where Wind King pops off with the Zeri ultimate. Something like that. But instead, you just get super far ahead. And it was only a couple mistakes from Drury that kind of really got them that far ahead, right? It was that fight down near second dragon where they had that ult advantage. They lost Kaiser. They lost the dragon. Then around that third dragon mark where they went for that really, really splintered fight, kind of got broken apart into the mid lane, into the bot lane. That really big Toponer wish came out from Soraka, healed up the bottom lane fight, healed up the mid lane fight. It was almost a 4-for-1 potentially, right? They don't get any kills back. And just couldn't play the game, right? He was Sivir going into Azir, going into Zeri. It is so hard to hit them. You're kind of just praying that you're on the hunt, gets the rest of your team far enough and deep enough onto the Azir, onto the Zeri to kill them. The Silas wasn't able to get in. The Volley Bear was getting shredded like paper mache. And even Quick Slice, when he was allowed to participate, just wasn't effective enough on the Gnar, right? Could not swing the fight in their favor, even with numbers advantage. Purdue Northwest just playing really well. This is the team that we expected to be first. This is the team that we thought was the best team in the MEC. And for good reason, you saw what they just do to some people.
I think it was really almost perfect team fight execution from PNW. I don't think we actually saw too many. In draft, I was like, oh, guys, these are big 5v5 team fighting comps. And I don't know if we actually saw any 5v5 fights, which is kind of crazy. And PNW, they were taking a lot of skirmishes. Doubtful, I think, had a really awesome game on the Xin Zhao. So it'll be interesting to see how Drury adapts here. It's a best of 3 series. We got more MEC League of Legends action coming your way shortly. If you want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should consider coming to watch the MEC Spring Championship at Unified Gaming Fan Fest at Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. Use the command in Twitch chat !Spring Championship and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get geared up and ready to go for our next match. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in a sec.
The first question I want to ask, coming to these live events, coming to LANs like this, what do you most look forward to whenever it comes to offline.
So I actually really like meeting people. I know some of them, like the GPU boys. I'm actually very good friends with the castle, and I like the banter. It's fun.
I'm a little fan of the banter myself. The second question I want to ask though, you're on the dev team, all right? You're at Riot Games. We made a couple calls, pulled open the Razer flip phone.
I'd be real biased.
Here's the thing though. First thing on the docket, you have to bring in a new character to League of Legends. Could be from any IP. Could be a real life person. Who are you bringing in first?
Can I make like my own? Can I like take a preset power set and like put it in the league?
Under the guise of like a character or like.
Okay, hear me out here.
Okay.
Imagine an ADC like Soldier 76. How cringe would that be?
Ooh, okay, a little.
Think about it. They said they want
It's Lucian, but you can't miss the
ADCs can't complain. Play better.
Wait, isn't that auction? At that point?
Man, you see that man spin around you? Come on.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, yes. 76 hasn't spun like that since his early 20s, so.
Yeah. His ult just kills your team.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I mean, yeah, skill list. Final question of anybody on PNW. Who's most likely to go viral? And for better or for worse?
For good or bad reasons.
Any reasons and why? What's showing up on the For You page and then you're like, oh god.
If I gotta sell someone here, I would say it would be my jungler. He's a very interesting fellow.
Right, yeah, and any context, any ideas, any inklings?
How do I word this?
Oh, yeah. This is good.
It's difficult. I do definitely think he's a interesting character. For better or worse.
Yeah, just inciting a lot of thought and conversation. That kind of person. Just.
Well,
really
lack of thought, if anything. But I would say, if you didn't know him, you might think, there was some money being traded in your game.
Ooh.
That's how I word it.
It's scandalous.
Yeah.
Well, hey, virality is, there's no bad publicity, they say. Maybe. All right, well, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming.
Pleasure meeting you guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the final week in the regular season of the 2024 MEC CLOL season. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me in the casting booth is my main man Chibi, and Purdue Northwest stormed into game number 1, coming up with a quick victory. They aren't messing around here in the final week.
Not at all. They want to get done with this weekend. They want to get into that spring break, right? Because after this week, and after Monday's games, we're going to have a spring break for them and all the schools. So I think they're just ready to kind of plow through these games. Purdue Northwest doing a fantastic job piloting an early game composition and ending the game at 22 and a half minutes. That takes a lot of effort, and you can tell why this team was so highly regarded by us. Drury, I said there, felt kind of on a timer. The Sivir, I get the pick. I understand why you put it in there. It's so good with like these triple solo or triple melee laners, right? With the Volibear, with the Silas, with the Gnar. It gets your team super far in, but so many good peel tools, right? Zinzao with the ultimate. You've got Azir able to divide the team up, and it kind of just desyncs what Drury wants to do. Most likely sides will swap here. I don't think Drury's going to go back onto the blue side, so we can hopefully potentially get a counter pick for them coming in. I would like to see counter pick for the mid lane here. I think the R5 support counter pick for Purdue Northwest was very clever. It was very good. But in this case, I think you need to find your advantages in those solo lanes, either in the top or the mid lane, and use that power to transfer it down to the bottom lane, right? Get that advantage in the mid, get lane shove, get a favorable matchup, keep Klexo under his turret so that you can then go down to bottom lane with your jungler, start diving Wind King into opponent, and start really kind of ruining their day.
Yeah, and for that volley pick for the Panthers, we never really saw Kaiser able to get off any tower dives the game. It felt like the pace was so accelerated that the window, as you mentioned, Drury Panthers, they were on a timer. That window of opportunity for Kaiser was very small to try and utilize the Volibear ultimate, disable the turret, try to, they think Purdue Northwest thinks they're all safe underneath the turret, and then Kaiser hopefully coming in, trying to disable it, and we never really saw any of that. So Drury hoping to bounce back, looking to turn things around, and I mean, it feels like the draft is wide open. We were talking during the break. It felt like Purdue Northwest honestly did a really solid job drafting against what was being picked and actively kind of adapting as the draft sort of developed.
Yeah, I think Purdue Northwest is a very big champion pool that they can kind of draw from, right? Although it's funny because we've pretty much only seen Klexo on the Azir. I don't think he's been forced really onto another champion. I would like to see that banned away. I don't like giving a player like him comfort and something that he's just willing to pick every single time, because he just performed so well on it, right? Like, you saw the Emperor's Divides come in. You saw how much damage he was able to do on the Azir. Like, force him onto something else. Make him play like Orianna, Syndra, I don't know, LeBlanc, Silent. Like, give him something else and ask him to perform on a different champion. I think that's where you'll probably find your advantage here. But a lot of the pick ban, at least in the MEC, has been thrown kind of into that bot lane, right? The Ashe, the Senna, the Nautilus. We see stuff like the Varus getting banned. With all that being removed from the table, these are kind of lane dominant picks. It weirdly enough opens up the board for more of these late game, quote unquote, scaling champions, right? The Zeri, the Kog'Maw, stuff like that. And so you got to be kind of cognizant of like not banning all of those picks out, because you may need one of them to punish a Kog'Maw pick, a Zeri pick, something like that. I'm surprised more teams aren't picking up the Misfortune in response, right? I think it's still a very good champion, has a really good synergy with a lot of the picks that are kind of in the mid lane, in the top lane, in the jungle, and is just very, very good. Lethality is just really good at shredding the mid laner and the AD carry, and you'll kind of need that sometimes.
Yeah. And I'm curious, Orion on the Silas, I feel like the going into the Azir early on, a bit of a struggle with the range advantage that Klexo had. As you mentioned, maybe ban away the Azir. Already you're spending one ban on Nico. Klexo's one of those players you may have to throw two at him to try to knock him off course. And something I was honestly surprised about, Quick Slice on the Gnar. I feel like we haven't seen too much of that. I wonder if the top lane matchup's going to differ dramatically in this one. Doubtful seems to constantly get his hands on those Xin Zhaos, but we know Purdue Northwest definitely not tied to one specific champion. Really good players who have a lot of flexibility, so that's why I'm very excited to see the side swap, maybe mix things up. I feel like we have that potential of either salty run back or mixing things up, so I'll be curious. This is where a lot of the strategy comes into play behind the drafts, trying to switch things up, set your team up for success before you hop onto the Rift.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, Nico, there is a world where you just let it go through and you kind of force Purdue to pick it on blue side, and if they don't, just R1, R2 Nico Nocturne. It's a really fundamental bread and butter combo, really easy to use, and the cool thing is as well, is if they B1 Nico, you can then just take the Nocturne Ori on R1, R2, right? Okay, cool. We're still going to split up the Nocturne Nico combo. We're going to get a really good combo for ourselves that's pretty easily executable, right? You throw the ball onto Nocturne as he's ulting in, you ult, and you can just kill whatever AD carry is in your way. There's a lot of options there, so I think removing the Azir, or swapping the, Nico ban for the Azir ban should be more of the move here. I think Orion can play Orianna. I think it's a very easy champion to pilot for a lot of these mid laners in the MEC. And so I'd like to see that. I'd like to kind of put the ball in Purdue Northwest's court and say, you have to make a decision now. Yeah, the ball.
I see what you did there. Orianna. We got lots of puns here in the MEC as we get into the game number 2 draft. Fans going to be starting off here. Purdue Northwest on the blue side, looking to finish off this series. We'll see how things shake up. Drury, we were talking, even last game, I was like, hey, you got red 5 counter pick, try to set up your solo lanes for success, but what does Mac know? Sometimes you save it for the support counter pick, and it works out beautifully, so we'll see as the draft develops what route the Panthers want to go. Twisted Fate, once again, taken away from Orion. Champions in such a good spot, one of those kind of easy bans. Try to get it out there so Orion can't make too much noise.
Yeah, Purdue Northwest just removing the Twisted Fate, leaving that kind of flex pick between Quick Slice and Orion off the table here. Maokai from Drury, very solid ban, one of the best supports and jungles in the game. Fundamentally, I talk about it all the time, is a support engaged champion and disengaged champion, right? You can use it both offensively and defensively, so flexible in team comps, right? You can throw a Maokai as a solo engage, you can throw him as solo peel, just does it all. And I think having that kind of champion, that multi-tool Maokai is just not in the cards for Drury, right? It'll mess up some of their plans potentially.
Yeah, and especially on red side, it's one of those things that is very first pickable. Something safe that you can move around to different lanes and can play a bunch of different stuff. Drury, once again, going to opt for the Varus build. Not wanting to give one of those standard ADCs over to Wind King, who's had a lot of success on it through the course of this season. So they're going to switch things up. A blue side Karma ban. Purdue Northwest not interested in taking Karma for a spin. So it'll be interesting here, Shibby. This is, I feel like, a pivotal ban, one we've been hyping up a little bit. What are they going to ban away from Klexo?
Just remove the Azir. Force him onto Nico. Let him play it. And you just remove that Nico Nocturne combo, go Nocturne Ori, right? You've already seen the Karma ban in. You can just take that early combo here. Drury are just going to opt in for the Senna. Another pick. Very, very strong. Easily pilotable. It's a very divisive pick right now because a lot of people feel that Senna is useless. You have another half of the community that says Senna, it has no counters in the bot lane. It's impossible to lane against her. She's got range. She's got healing. She's got damage. She scales infinitely. Blah, 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 blah. But instead, Purdue Northwest are going to take that Ashe that was banned out last game. Super flexible pick again. Can throw it in the AD carry role. Can throw it into the support role. Pick potential is enormous. And now I want Drury just to lock in Nico Nocturne here. Bread and butter composition can punish the Ashe. Ashe can never play the game. Instead, they're going to go Bard Wukong. Another sort of
go.
Pick and catch kind of move, right? You throw the Bard ultimate onto the immobile Ashe. You have Wukong there to follow up. Not exactly what I wanted, but you know what, Drury? It's a different flavor, and right now I think you guys are cooking.
is Purdue Northwest. I know, Shibby, you were talking about the Nico Nocturne combo. It's up
It's
right
so
now.
good right now. It's so good right now, though,
Doubtful
right?
Klexo can lock it in. I don't know.
Oh!
Nidalee. What is going on with the Nautilus? Let's go. Ash Nautilus bot lane. And something really interesting, Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Nautilus CC provide, it's like alley-oops to Doubtful Nidalee Spears. You know, just point and aim. Whoever's CC'd might be getting skewered.
Purdue Northwest is feeling themselves a little bit. Nidalee got some buffs. Don't get me wrong. Like, she did get marginally better. It did move the needle just a little bit, but Doubtful is going to have to perform here. That opens up for double AD solo lanes for Purdue Northwest. Yone on the board, Yasuo, right? We could think of, right? Kasante in the top lane. You got a lot of good AD mid laners. I don't know if we're going to see like Zed or Talon or anything like that. Renekton could be for Frank as well. The Nidalee Renekton combo is oh so deadly. Orion has locked in that way, almost anticipating the Azir pick, but instead Drury said, nope, you're not allowed to have it. Second rotation of bans here. But it doesn't even signal to me that Purdue Northwest were going to take an AP solo laner.
I do like the idea behind Drury's draft here in game number 2. On the red side, you don't ban away any of the mid laners, and you hope that Purdue Northwest kind of put themselves in this situation a little bit, where you get Orion's Way locked in, and then you're able to ban away the Azir and Nico together. Purdue Northwest, they go for some of the mid lane power picks. Ashe, one of those champions that was banned away last game that they're able to get their hands on this time around. One of the champions I think I'm most excited for out of the ones that we see locked in so far, Shibby, is Fat Cat's Bard. Bard, I feel like, is one of those champions that can just have there's just so much potential. His ultimate, the magical journey. You have a lot of abilities, I'll say, on this champion that, used in the right way, can just transform the game in such fun ways. Ooh. Smolder left unbanned after Jhin and Ezreal were banned, and it feels like an easy lock-in here. Drury lock in the latest champion.
Yeah, high scaling, right? We talk about Smolder. I talk about it being one of those champions that can really tell you how well the AD knows it, right? I think in LPL recently, I saw a Smolder get to the 225 stack mark at 18 minutes 42 seconds.
It's the Olympic time?
18 minutes 42 seconds in the LPL. They got the execute. As we do see a Tristana into the mid laner. Yeah, that's what I was suspecting. I don't think Purdue Northwest were ever going to go Nico or Azir, right? They were going to go for an AD solo lane, and Tristana popping up in the meta. Very, very good. Has a good matchup into Orion's Way here. Can punish it super early. Can jump onto him. It's a little difficult, as we do see rounding out in that top side. It's going to be a Gragas. I would have loved to see a Renekton here, but instead, they're going to give Prank something safe. And the Aatrox R5 for Quick Slice. Now, if there's any champion that you need to carry on, it is Aatrox, especially in this meta with the Profane Hydra, with the lethality. It's going to do so good into this double AD composition of Purdue Northwest, right? Lethality is king, and Drury have that brawl composition, right? They want to fight you. They want to get down and dirty, especially with this Bard who can isolate the Ashe away, isolate potentially something like the Nidalee or Tristana once the jump is used. Fat Cat has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now.
Yep. And that Bard will also be used defensively sometimes, but maybe not in this situation. Can be used to maybe avoid a Nautilus ultimate when someone's targeted, to try and save someone, or when the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, even after they're stunned, you can use the Bard ultimate to kind of buy themselves some time. You know, you get stunned, Bard ults you, the rest of the team can maybe try and come in for a little rescue mission. Panthers locking in, both sides really, very different team compositions from game number 1. Really excited to see how this one shakes up. I feel like this is more kind of standard PNW, especially for Doubtful and Klexo. This dream duo that PNW brought in to start the season. They have a lot of playmaking potential here in game number 2.
Yeah, and this Gragas is such a disruptor, right? Like, he's such a... He's causing chaos. He's causing havoc. Drury, if they decide to group up into, like, this ball, right, where they're like, all right, we're going to go Wukong Aatrox. We're going to dive your backline. Oh, explosive casts come in. You guys are not allowed to play the game anymore. Your engage is done, right? Or if Fat Cat hits a massive, massive ultimate on the Bard, Frank can throw down the explosive cast, can split everything up, can negate the follow-up from Drury, which would be that Wukong, which would be that Aatrox. So as I said, a lot of responsibility rests on the shoulder of Fat Cat, but Frank has to be on point with these Gragas ultimates when they start grouping, when they start team fighting, because it can make or break these team fights.
Yep. Who's got the hands, Shibby? Whose fingers are ready? Who's dialed in? It is game number 2, Purdue Northwest looking to go on home, living to fight another day. They're looking to move to 5-1. Drury Panthers trying to come back, force us into a game number 3. Summoners, welcome onto the Rift. Shibby, let's get into game number 2 is Purdue Northwest. They are grouped up together. Let's see if this group of undeclared majors, also 3 out of 5 members of Purdue Northwest, undeclared in their major. It don't matter. They're in sync, ready to go on the Rift.
Yeah, and Drury, their final game of the season here. Sorry, the final series of the season here. This could also be potentially their final game if Purdue Northwest ends up taking it 2-0. And that's a fat spear going on to Fat Cat here. Definitely want to come out with a win. Drury, there is potential for them to fall, I believe, into that 7th place spot, right? If they end up going 4-3, or sorry, 3-4, or sorry, 6th place. Sorry, 6th place. Briarcliff University end up picking up a very crazy win over GVU later on in the weekend.
Yep.
There's a world where Drury ends up 6th here. Highly unlikely, but still, they want to have
possibilities are endless.
Yeah, they want to have their fate in their own hands, right? Because if they end up 4-3, if certain things go their way, right? If Ottawa lose, or if Purdue Northwest also lose their game to ONU right later this weekend, and Drury ends up taking this series, Drury can end up in like 3rd, 4th place potentially. There's a lot of things riding on this series win for Drury, right? A lot of things could go their way if they end up picking the reverse seat 2-1 here. And what better champion to do it on than Smolder?
I really think this could be the catalyst for some craziness if the Panthers can come and shock us with an upset here on this fun Friday night. Wind King trying to press some advantage here. Quick Slice gets level 2 first in the top lane. Does take a turret shot. That's going to leave a mark. But this is an Aatrox rocking with Ignite, and this is more, I think, what I've come to expect from Quick Slice rather than the Gnar.
Yeah, Aatrox Ignite. He just wants to solo kill Prank as much as possible, put the pressure on him. Not as valuable as that TP, not going to be able to match Prank in the side lane, but realistically, Prank on Gragas should not be side laning anyways. He's not going to be really trying to push for those solo lane advantages. He wants to group. He wants to make sure that he's in these team fights, disrupting things with this Gragas, with the stun, with the explosive cast, just being a menace to this Drury composition here. Doubtful does get an invade on to Kaiser here. That's what you do on Nidalee, right? You full clear the red, and you go invade this Wukong here. Kaiser smartly pathing around it. Let's see if they can maybe potentially punish Doubtful here on his blue side.
And this is one of the fun things we haven't seen too much in the jungle meta. But Nidalee's one of those champions, a lot of mobility early on, and dash over the walls, get in, get out very quickly, and Doubtful and a sneaky kitty to start off the game, but Kaiser's looking to answer. I think Doubtful's going to be able to get level 4 first, though. Maybe off of this next camp. Not sure. Kaiser actually... Did he steal a camp or something? He actually got level 4.
Yeah, he must have yoinked something here.
That's crazy.
He must have yoinked the blue, right? He must have yoinked the blue there. You can maybe see him later on. Yeah, he's got a blue buff to his name. If Nidalee doesn't have blue, that means Kaiser is able to go in and yoink it away. Quick Slice, though, a little low. Prank
Wow, flashing in and slamming down for first blood, and now Kaiser going for this 1v1, has to worry about Prank here. The backup is on the way, but Doubtful might be able to handle this on his own. Flash from the monkey in the jungle. It's the king of the cats who comes out on top. Doubtful with a solo kill.
What a play from Purdue Northwest's top side. Doubtful, too tanky. Just too tanky, right? Just an absolute monster. Kaiser was trying to lay the pain train onto her, but the heal came in. Then he was getting walked down with the Nidalee autos plus red buff. You just don't have a chance here. Lexel should be fine, but Prank with that solo kill onto the Aatrox, who has Ignite, by the way. Gragas just doing Gragas things.
Yeah. And Prank this time breaking the... There's been so much solo kill action, I feel like, with Prank. Sometimes we see with the top laners, they're just tanks, going toe-to-toe, not doing too much fighting early on. But Prank always makes things interesting for us here in the casting booth, as Orion's out of mana and is going to be forced to take a whole lot of damage as Klexo just hammers in off of his recall. Got boots. Jumping back in immediately. Doubtful is down here in the bot lane. Fat Cat and Yuno have to be careful. The spear goes wide, but Taponer's looking to connect on the dredge line. And look at the magical journey on out of there. Drury's bot lane stays safe, while Purdue Northwest, they have about a 1,000 gold lead here at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, and at least Drury has the ability to lean back on Yuno on that Smolder. Depending on what build we end up seeing here, it's most likely based off of itemization, runes, and what we just saw here. It's most likely going to be that Essence Reaver, Navori, Quick Blades, Smolder, Q-based, right? As it procs all on-hit effects, it'll proc that Essence Reaver auto, does a ton of damage. You can kind of get that off more consistently once you build a little bit more CDR. You kind of become this, like, cannon, this Q cannon, I would say, as Smolder, and it just kind of destroys people because... Yeah. Once you evolve it, once you get more stacks, it starts doing AoE damage, right? There's a 3 burst that comes out of it. It gets more and more painful to deal with in these clumped up team fights. Purdue Northwest, I wouldn't say is necessarily on a timer, though, against the Smolder. Because they do have that double AD composition with the Ashe, with the Trist, they are able to kind of match the quote-unquote scaling of Drury here.
Fat Cat is making some plays here, going up to the top lane, trying to help out Quick Slice. Meanwhile, the junglers fighting around the Void Grubs. Doubtful's coming back in. He's marked Kaiser, who's dashing all over the place. Smite secure. Doubtful did take 1 grub, so it's a 2-for-1 trade as the mid laners come to join in on the fun. Orion dash in, dash out with the resets, able to get the kill. Now flashing away. Quick Slice trying to find the CC. The chains connect. Not going to grab him back in. Fat Cat and Orion here to help things out. A lot of damage coming out. Klexo actually went into Orion's ultimate and is going to be taken down. Meanwhile, Yuno struggling in the bot lane, trying to take down Wind King. Ignite comes through and he gets the 1-for-1 trade. Is that going to be 2? Yes! Yuno with a double kill. That was crazy sequence for Drury. As Shibby, did they come out on top? I think so.
Yeah, they ended up coming out on top here as Kaiser and Yuno go down, but Doubtful went down, Klexo went down, Wind King and Taponer died, so overall 2 for 4. And I am so happy Yuno knows the tech, so you can use the flap, the E, into the wall, similar to Kane, to kind of just get yourself out of the map there. He does get yanked back in a little early, but buys him just enough time to simultaneously do damage while almost being nigh untargetable as the bot lane skirmish happens.
Oh my gosh, just barely flashing away at the right moment, avoiding certain death as Drury looking for a big play. Double Cyclone Mother coming in, and that's going to be a kill there onto Wind King. The Drury Panthers sequencing that beautifully as they lock down and take down the Purdue Northwest ADC.
I love Orion's champion mastery on this way. It's always a treat to see him play it. Feels like he knows what he's doing. Oh, Prank!
Prank's gaming up in the top lane. Explosive cast, Grasp of the Undying, Slammerooski. Cool guys don't look at their own exploding barrels as he gets the shutdown. A shutdown? That's crazy.
Shutdown, because Quick Slice had 2 kills there, right? He picked it up in that topside skirmish. Overall, though, gold still only about 500 separates these two teams, and it is top lane Will versus the bottom lane here, right? On the Smolder really, really accelerated. And
he's trying to take the magical journey, but Purdue Northwest are gonna put him on the expedited route back to base. Not quite the magical journey he was expecting, I think.
Yeah, it was a magical nightmare for Fat Cat here. But like we said, we flashed the gold earlier. Frank so far ahead right now. Klexo has a small lead. I know Doubtful was sitting on a little bit of gold for himself here, and Winking and are even, which is fine for the Smolder, right? Like, that's actually pretty good if you're even with your AD counterpart, considering how weak his actual laning is. Getting accelerated, getting that double kill will get him to that 225 stack mark that much sooner, right? He needs to hit that breakpoint. That's the big one. And then every subsequent 60 stacks after increases the execution percentage threshold by 1%. So the more you farm, the more you get stacks on your Smolder, the more lethal he becomes.
Here is a showcase in just what the top jungle duo of Purdue Northwest can chef up. Quick Slice is going to be quickly sliced down. And with Prank and the explosive cast, it's a little too easy for them to set up that top lane gank. Meanwhile, Fat Cat going to try and put some pressure on Klexo. Toponer, Hex Flash over the wall, going to come over looking for a hook. They've got Doubtful here as well. Binding misses. Fat Cat doesn't get the stun. Spear does go wide as well. Kaiser's got a lot of damage here. The Sundered Sky already complete. Bard ulti misses as well, but the Orion ultimate, so much damage there. Kaboom! Klexo gets taken down. Kaiser barely trying to escape, but Doubtful finds his hunter's mark there. Orion now trying to take down Doubtful and succeeds. 2-0-2. Orion's signature champion doing a lot of work here in game 2.
Left to his own devices against Winking. Might fancy a dive if he throws this Enchanted Crystal Era here, but instead is just content on farming, is content on shoving under. And Drury take advantage of this really aggressive play from Purdue. A 3-for-1, right? Drury, 2 kills go on to Orion. I think another kill went on to Kaiser. Klexo went down, Doubtful went down, and Toponer went down. Nice cleanse coming out from by the way. That was certain death if he doesn't cleanse that immediately.
Yeah, Toponer was lurking by that new bottom lane Tribrush for the red side. Needs healing ASAP. Fat Cat trying to place down the shrines, but the wave is coming in quickly. Mother, good old 911 call, gonna help clear out the wave. It's gonna mean an easy dragon for the side of Purdue Northwest. Well, solid trading on the top side of the map. A beautiful Q there, but Quick Slice, I don't think that's gonna help very much. Frank's got his completed item already, and Quick Slice is struggling a little bit up top. As a hook connects here, we've got action all over the rip. These two teams trading blows. It's 8 kills apiece.
Yeah, and I'd love to be able to get a stack check soon onto right at the 14 or 13 minute mark. We'll have to see where he's at, because he has been doing a lot of fighting. Hopefully he's been trying to use his Q to farm here. Klexo.
Here comes no cleanse ultimate on trying to stay alive. Doubtful looking in. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Doubtful's claws sink in and take down the dragon. And Fat Cat trying to stay alive. So much turret damage. Doubtful looking for more. Kaiser coming in. It's a kill onto the Bard. Toponer trying to get executed here, but that kill's going to go over to Orion. So it actually works out to be a 2-for-1 in the favor of Drury Panthers.
Yeah, after that dive, they're able to get a kill onto Orion. Unfortunately, Bard did end up picking up that kill because Doubtful was trying to execute towards the Fat Cat, wasn't trying to give kill credit over to Kaiser or anybody else. But that allows him to pick up that Frozen Heart, which is going to be so good into Ashe and Trist, right? Double AD carry compositions hate this guy. They hate Frozen Heart with a passion. And I did get word that is actually kind of a little under the stacks that I would suspect. Is Prank. Oh my god! Skadoosh! Skadoosh!
I am a firm believer that Kung Fu Panda is the greatest trilogy of all time. I know there's a fourth movie coming out, but we got a gank in the mid lane. Klexo's trying to dash around. Cyclone Storm from Kaiser is going to make the fight a quick wipe here, as Drury Panther's taking over a little bit in the mid lane. He's looking for Toponer as well. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. No cleanse. Mom's going to try to help out here, but Wind King with that Kraken Slayer, so much damage in the 1v1. He's going to take it. Wow, what a kill there. Purdue Northwest trying to answer back. It's now 11 kills apiece.
Yeah, and 2,000 gold for Purdue. A lot of that sequestered onto that top side, right? Nidalee, Gragas, Prank just kind of beaten Quick Slice down in that top side. So hard to fight this Gragas once he starts comboing, once he starts barreling you, especially because he has that Roa as well. This is like a beefy damage-dealing Gragas. It's not that tank Gragas that we're used to kind of seeing where he goes in and he just absorbs 10,000 damage. No, he's going to hurt you. He's going to make you pay if you out-trade, if you try to trade with him. We got to circle back to that comment, Mac. I'm not going to let you get away with that. Kung Fu Panda is the best trilogy. Beats out Lord of the Rings.
Absolutely.
Beats out any of the Star Wars. All right. I mean, Toy Story. There's so many. There's so many good trilogies out there. It's
You're
crazy.
talking about the arc of the
good.
Dragon Warrior. It's the story of the Dragon Warrior. You got Jack Black, King voice actor. I don't know, man. It's my hot take for the day. Something.
Hey, you know, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I was under the impression that Despicable Me was the best trilogy. That could be just me though. I love it. I love Minions.
Oh, you know who also loves Minions? Wind King and Prank. They've got a huge CS lead as Fat Cat looking for a pick here, trying to line up the stun. Rooted down. Doubtful's coming back in. Kaiser with a huge ultimate. He's on in the back line. Orion's doing so much damage here. Kaiser, oh, come on. He wants to kill Doubtful so bad, but he's got to worry about the team. Look at Prank teleport. No, he did teleport in. He's just walking in. He owns this Rift. He's owned MEC for a long time here, and he's trying to bring it back in. But I think luckily, Shibby, this pressure on the map is going to give Quick Slice some room to try and catch up. A solid execute here as Quick Slice hoping to finish off that turret, as that's going to help the gold lead for Drury Panthers, trying to get it back in. Rift Herald summoned in mid.
It hasn't budged too much, right? Like it has been around that 1,000, 1.5k mark, as that mid lane turret is going to actually end up going down. Will project Purdue Northwest just that much further. And Dragon on a bit of a delayed timer. If you can see, there's no real haste for it, right? There's no rush to get that Dragon. The first one was taken about 5 minutes ago at the 12-minute mark. Usually first Dragon's taken at the 6 minute. Oh, nice Death Bush. Nice from Fat Cat to recognize that might be something happening there. Prank!
Hook does finally land. Toponer gets the dredge line, but no follow-up. Prank does have explosive cask. Shibby, I'm ready to go when this fight starts in an instant. Now we get... How is it now we get the 5v5 fights? These compositions don't want it. I'm so confused, but it's MEC chaos. I'm here for it. I'm excited. Let's see both of these teams trying to group up around the objective. Doubtful has so much poking with the Nidalee spears. Drury Panthers are going to be the one. Arrow comes in. Quick Slice tanking it up. Mother comes in. Weird ultimate from Fat Cat. Going to buy some time for Toponer to survive. They lose their initial pick. Doubtful looking for the steal. A huge ultimate from Prank. The Dragon goes over to Purdue Northwest, and they're going to take the fight as well, Shibby. Beautiful objective focus as they just completely dominate the river.
Yeah, and we saw Quick Slice get eaten by that Ash arrow, and then what happened, right? You saw Fat Cat as he's going to get chased down by Klexo here. Should get finished off as that last auto comes in. Oh, never mind. No, I lied.
Here's Wind King. Quick Slice is too low to help out Shibby. Fat Cat tried to get a little nice with it, but the magical journey was hoping needs to be a longer magic. I wonder if there's an angle to get all the way back to base, but I don't think so. Purdue Northwest, they're going to pick up an inner turret, and that's going to expand the gold lead to 6,000.
Yeah, in the blink of an eye, 1.5k turns to 6, right? A team fight, a turret in the mid lane, getting that wipe there as you flash over to the gold. Prank, nearly 2,000 ahead of his counterpart. Doubtful on this Nidalee. absolutely running the jungle. 2,000 in his favor. Mid lane's actually even, and bottom lane, just take a look at Wind King. This is why Purdue Northwest picked him up. This is why he's challenger level 80 carry. 3,000 gold nearly ahead of Yuno here, and all Yuno has to focus on is get me to 225. Get me to 225. Get me to 225 stacks, and I can potentially carry this game. But Drury have to draw this one out, and Purdue Northwest aren't going to let that happen. As we saw in game one, they ended it in 22 and a half minutes.
You know, and it's some of the freshmen here. As the arrow goes on to Fat Cat, that's going to be a quick kill. Mother's not going to be able to help out with that one, you know. And he's going to have to back off. It's the freshman for PNW. Wind King of freshmen. Doubtful of freshmen. They are popping off here as Doubtful's going to pick up another kill.
Yeah, that was a nice stun combo from Prank here. Baron up now for the taking, and they'll be able to take it. Lickety split. Double AD composition plus Nidalee. That thing's going to go down relatively quickly, even if it's at the 20-minute mark here. Would love to see what items they... Yeah, would love to see what items they end up picking up here once we tab back over. Already 2 items on every single member of Purdue, or everyone that matters, right? Tristana and Ashe both on their double 80 carry items. You've got Leandries plus Lichbane for Doubtful. He's really strong. You've got another Lichbane in the pocket of Prank, who's just going to be able to 1v1. I said Gragas shouldn't be side laning most of the time, but if you've got a lead like this, why not try to create this chasm of pressure? Force Drury to answer you here, because Quick Slice is just not enough on this Aatrox.
They're trying to look for a pick here onto Toponer while the numbers are a little awkward. Toponer getting locked down here, and that's going to be a kill for Yuno, trying to build up those stacks. Does kind of affect Purdue Northwest's ability here to take advantage of the Baron power play, and with the slow dragon taking, a lot of times I feel like we see the Baron power play set up the 4th dragon, but all it's setting up here is potentially the 3rd dragon, so the Panthers, despite being down quite a bit of gold here, I honestly feel like they were in a worse position last game.
Yeah, 100%. Right, they weren't facing down the barrel of an Azir Zeri in this game, right? Late game champions that have hit their kind of late game power spikes really early on. Granted, they're still very far behind, right? Yuno still needs to complete what is going to be that Navori. Orion has to get like some incredible damage onto one of these 80 carries.
Klexo doesn't have rocket jump here. They're trying to get the pick, but Klexo does so much damage. Orion with the outplay. Prank has teleported. Level 15 Gragas has come to play. Spears from the jungle. So scary. Guerrilla Warfare coming out. Purdue Northwest also pushing the mid lane. Wind King is shoving in the wave. Toponer is back up.
Yeah, Quick Slice has a flank potentially. I don't know if Wind King sees him. Uh-oh.
Wow, Doubtful caught out there, being aggressive. Quick Slice trying to avoid getting kited out here. Yuno dashing in, huge ultimate there. Toponer dishing out so much damage. Wind King kiting around, staying alive, but Prank with a huge body slam coming in and wreaking havoc in the fight. 5-0-5. Dalton on an MVP type performance here. 6-0-6. That was a huge play.
And that might be the game-ending push. Quick Slice, the only one up. Flash body slam to catch 3. Prank, the difference maker for Purdue Northwest, was the difference maker for GVU here. And slowly, brick by brick, trying to set themselves up for that first place finish.
Tower by tower.
Here. Double 80, double 80. Are they going to go for it? They might just back off.
Yuno does not have the execute available, makes it maybe a bit more appealing, but the death timers are so short, it would be a 4v3 situation. They're going to back off. They've extended the gold lead up to 10,000. Enchanted Crystal Arrow cleansed. Klexo flashing on Yuno, now has nowhere to run. Knocking back Kaiser as he goes in with the Cyclone. Doubtful looking for the kill onto Fat Cat, can't quite pick it up, but Wind King is still alive. No Ghost, but a lot of move speed with the Trinity Force. Another perfect ultimate for Prank. Gets a double kill for Doubtful. insane gameplay from Purdue Northwest as they might be able to end the game here. There's only one Nexus turret in Shibby. That is going to do it for the series. Doubtful triple. There's 2 left. Doubtful moment. Is this where he pops off? No. Deponer takes away the last one. That is going to do it. Despite the early game looking a little different, this one still ends at the 24-minute mark. Purdue Northwest dominate the Drury Panthers as they clean up the first series of our Friday night in a 2-0 sweep.
Trying to get for the game time, right? Trying to get lowest game time in case there's a couple tiebreakers.
You got
22 and a half minutes, 24 minutes and 12 seconds here.
Yeah.
Well played from Purdue Northwest. Drury kept it even, right? A little in the early game. They were matching blow for blow, but just kind of goes to show how good Purdue Northwest is. One fight is all it takes, and they make you pay, right? The gold lead went from 1,000 to 6, literally off of one bad dragon team fight there. And rough for Drury. Unfortunately, this was their last game of the MEC regular season, as they are pretty much locked in for 6th place, I believe.
Maybe 5th. Maybe 5th, Shibby.
5th. Yeah, 5th, 6th, depending on what Briarcliff ends up doing this weekend. But yeah, they're not able to go any higher than that. Drury looked a lot better than last year. A lot of new faces for Drury, right? Fat Cat was one of the only returning members from that Drury roster that we saw compete last year. Oh yeah, and Kaiser, sorry. And Kaiser. Drury and Kaiser were the 2 returning members. But yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of improvement. They looked like a lot better of a team, right? They had some cool ideas. Fat Cat had his moments. Kaiser obviously had his moments. It was a treat to watch Quick Slice play and just kind of solo kill so many people. I think one of the most exciting players and one of the coolest players on Drury's side is Orion in that mid lane, right? Was one of the first people to kind of bust out that way, show its strength, show how good it is into the Azir, into the Orianna. Had some cool carry performances. But unfortunately, they do fall here in Purdue Northwest. Continue their journey. They're trying to get to that first place. They've got one more team to go up against this weekend. It is quite possibly the King of the Mountains, the ONU matchup. That's going to actually go over to Travi and MEC later on. But we will take a short break, right, Mac?
Yeah, and it's a long road, not only in the regular season to get to first place, but it's also a long road to the MEC Championship, which is where all the teams here have their eyes set on. And there's a lot that goes into running an esports event like the MEC Clash or the MEC Championship. One of the most important aspects is setting the scope of your event, like setting your goals and balancing your profit with your expectations. If you want to learn more about the scope of an esports event, type !top 5 in the chat and check out our article, What It Takes, Top 5 Things Powering Esports. And now to go on that aforementioned break, we're going to be back shortly with our post-game interview. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream as we continue our coverage of the MEC CLOL season. My name's Mac Dewey, still with me, Shibby, and joining us, Mr. Dalton Prank Sueno, PNW's own top laner. popping off on the Gragas there in game number 2 there, my guy. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
Nice to see you guys again. How we doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Frank, you gotta talk to us. You got some explaining to do, my man, because
oh boy.
I'm gonna let you know you were the safe, stable, never die in the top lane kind of guy. Saw you in GVU. You were chilling. You were playing the lane phase so patiently, so quietly. Are they feeding you something different? What is with the early deaths, Frank? What is with this? Where is the man that I once knew?
I be getting a little silly sometimes. I honestly, I'm used to like old Cassante where like he would just kill you like level 1 and everything, but like that's me in like my old ways of like a year ago when he was like that champ, and part of me still plays him like he's that champ, but he's not.
He's not that guy anymore.
He's not that guy. He still is that guy, but not like he used to be.
Yeah, not like Can you imagine that? As many changes as happened to him, he's still just OP. I mean, you did just kind of redeem yourself with that Gragas performance, so I'll let it slide this time. I'll let it slide.
And talk to us a little bit. You're in the conversation for top 1 in MEC, a very exciting matchup coming up later this weekend against ONU. What are your thoughts on the matchup? It's the finale. It's almost the finale. Is it I don't think it's the final match, but it's one of our closing matches of the regular season. Talk to me about your thoughts as you head into that one tomorrow.
ONU's been very surprising this season, I will say. And especially after we lost last week to GVU. That's our wake-up call. And, we have to put respect where respect is due. If they're on top, then we treat them like they deserve to be on top, and so we have to show that we're not frauds, because we made a little oopsies every now and then.
It's okay. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, it was an off week for us for sure. So we'll come in swinging tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a decently close series against GVU last week too. It wasn't like a stomp. It was surprising, but still ONU. I've heard everybody say it's surprising that they're on top. Leak a little bit. Are they just like inting scrims or something? They're just like, wow, this team's insane. Like, what's the story? I mean, ONU. If you ask any of us at the beginning of this season, right? I had you guys. I had GVU. I even had Ottawa coming in, right? Because I was like, okay, even though they lost Trickster, they're still like one of our best teams here. Can you talk to me a little bit about maybe how your scrims have been going against ONU, and like, are they just really able to translate what they play and practice into the real stage, or what's up?
I cannot say that we scrimmed ONU. we haven't. I mean, we don't really scrim like inside MEC. I mean, like,
I see. Yeah.
The closest thing we got to practice was like the spring clash. But that was like, we didn't want to leak our stuff, and we didn't expect anyone else to want to leak their stuff. So yeah, we don't really scrim like inside MEC. I don't know if other teams do, but like we don't really.
Wow. So you guys are just, I mean, I assume you guys are scrimming like other tier 3 teams or whatever, other collegiate teams out there. Yeah. So you guys are getting your experience. Julian chiming in the chat saying they don't actually scrim any MEC teams either. So hey, secret to success. Both of you guys don't scrim probably a lot. Maybe nobody does it. Maybe I was surprised. I thought there was maybe some scrimming going on, but yeah, you guys are at the top. It's one of our top table matchups. I'm definitely excited to tune in to that one.
I hope to put on a show for you guys. And like I said, we had our reality check, so respect where respect is due. ONU's on top right now, so it'll be a good series.
Well, and I also want to quickly ask, we got playoffs on the horizon, championship LAN in the Sunset View. Prank, you've been going through the seasons a little bit before. Is there anything you're telling some of the... I feel like Purdue's kind of low-key got a young squad. Do you have any words of advice you're telling to the rest of the team as you get geared up and ready to go for playoffs?
Words of advice.
Keep it PG.
Yeah.
I already know you, Frank.
I'll do some old man wisdom. So that, dude,
Master Splinter.
Master
Uguay. I turned 24 next week. I'm old, man.
Hey, don't say that. I turned 28 in 2 weeks. Don't say that, man. Don't say that. You're young.
They're 18. Like, there's a gap here.
Stop.
So my old man wisdom. Don't underestimate anyone.
Yeah.
Every opponent is, something to be taken serious.
Mm-hmm.
You can lose even to teams you think that you will stomp. So
stay sharp.
Treat every match like it's the last one.
Oh, I like that. That's
nice.
a prankism right there. Every match like it's the last one. We need that one. Oh.
Well, Prank, I appreciate you answering all of our questions. Before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give out?
Honestly, shout out Samba, assistant coach Samba, assistant director Samba.
Yeah.
He been putting in. He really got us on our toes this last week after everything that's just kind of happened. He's done a lot of work for us, and yeah, it's a little underappreciated member. Maybe not getting as much credit as he should.
Mm-hmm. Well, we hope to see the rest of that work from this week pay off tomorrow. Wishing you guys the best of luck in the marquee matchup for first place. I'm sure it'll be an exciting one. Prank, thank you again for joining us for the post-game interview.
Good to see you guys again.
And that's going to do it for our first series. But Shibby, we are in luck. It is a Friday night doubleheader, our second series of the night. Who's going to get their first win? It's Cleveland State versus Cornell College. You won't want to miss it. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get ready, but we'll be back in just a bit with our second best of three. Hope to see you there.
So first question is, going to live events like this, the lanes are super exciting. Everybody, has their own reasons that they love it. But for you personally, whenever you see an offline event on the schedule, what are you most excited about?
Well, for me, this is actually my first LAN. So I've never experienced it before. So
Okay,
it's
tell me about the first experience.
Yeah, I think when I first got here late last night, walking in, seeing all the different computers and stuff, just been dang, this is really something that
it's happening.
It's happening. There's gonna be all these teams that are competing here, and that I'm gonna be around other great players. And I think another thing that's pretty cool is you're actually able to go and I guess more involved in the people you're playing, in the community and stuff, and being able to actually put faces to the people playing. Yeah. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But overall, it's been a pretty great experience. It's a great time. I think this is so cool that you guys set this up.
Dude, it's fun to be a part of it. The second question, all right, we made a few calls, opened up the flip phone, got Riot on the phone, and we got you on the dev team. All right.
Yeah.
And day one, they want a new champion in League of Legends, but with all the cuts that they made in staff, there's a lot of revenue we can throw at a lot of IPs. So it could be from anywhere. It could be a real person. It could be anything. Who are you bringing into the league?
Dude, that's a hard question here, man. Yeah. Okay, so my biggest problem is I play games like Apex and Minecraft and stuff outside. So it's I don't think any of those characters could go very well in the league.
You can do Steve.
Should we do Steve, bro?
Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know if you should.
Maybe he could temporary mine holes in the wall. And get his whole team.
He already broke Smash.
I know he's discussing Smash. I was actually just over there playing it.
Do you think he would do the same thing in League? He just you build terrain.
I think it's either you build terrain, you also, but that's the. I think you could have a mini bard portal, but it's not one way; it's both ways. You should create a whole wall in the terrain, and just that's a whole new entrance. That's
true.
Over time. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, because Orin can block. He can do that with any terrain, even just normal walls. That'd be crazy. He'd be a jungle.
Coding team is sweating.
Yeah, because I know is it with Smash they make they take all the arenas and recode them into 1 by 1 blocks. They gotta do it in the league. Yeah, they just redid the map, so gotta go do it again.
All right, last question of anybody on the team. on your team. Who is most likely to go viral, and for better or for worse, why?
Viral? I'm gonna say our Millionaire Shoes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, dude, we were playing a game earlier, dude. This guy was playing Cassiopeia and he was going crazy. He almost clutched the team fight. It was close, but dude, I'm like, that's got potential.
Okay,
so I think one of these games, dude, he's gonna hit something crazy. And I'm like, all right, I want to be there and see it.
We're gonna get the like no scope montage, but League of Legends style.
It's gonna be shoes on Cassiopeia just turning around, just really killing everybody.
Twin fang.
It's gonna be insane, bro. Now, personally, I hate Cassiopeia, but I love it when it's on my team.
That champion is crazy. Well, appreciate you.
Yeah, no,
have
awesome.
fun at the
Good
first
talking,
land,
man.
and good luck in the games. All right.
Awesome, man.
On the back, I don't know if you can see it. Cutie, yeah. It's just a little bit of a anagram, or not an anagram, but like a jumble up of my name.
Oh, nice.
The D and the Brody and the Q and McEwen.
Oh, okay, sick.
Came up with that, on my own.
Not
So,
bad,
yeah.
not bad. I mean, Giga Brain Joe.
Yeah.
With the, yeah. All right. Well, nice to meet you. Good to have you. The first question I want to ask: have you been to a LAN before?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, when it comes to these offline events, not too common in the ecosystem, but like, what gets you super excited about coming to these LANs?
Super excited about coming to these lands. Honestly, just like spending time with the people that I like spending time with. Like, esports is very much, I just like the people here.
Yeah.
Spending time with all my friends that I've made at the college so far, and also just seeing the competitors as well, trying to make friends with those people as well, and just gaining relationships.
Yeah.
Definitely value.
That's awesome. Cool. Well, second question. We go on a bit of a tangent. We made a couple calls, all right? We got you on the dev team at Riot Games, right? And on the docket, number 1, you are in charge of bringing in a brand new champion, and it could be from any IP, any real life person, literally anybody. Who's Cutie's number 1, like, gotta get him, day 1 kind of acquisition? What do you bring in?
I'm gonna go for my dog.
Your dog?
My dog, yeah.
Yeah, okay, what's the name?
Barnaby.
Barnaby the dog?
He's a 15-pound Boston Terrier. I think he can tear some stuff up on the rift.
Okay,
for sure.
all right. Any
Challenge from the Fury, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. We'll keep a lookout for Barnaby. Any different skin lines? Is it just like sweaters?
Yeah, he does wear a sweater from time to time.
Perfect.
No, we have not tried costumes, but I could for sure see some skins coming up. Maybe a Kog'Maw skin.
We'll get the creative team on it.
Because Pugma is a skin.
Yeah.
I like
any lane in particular? Is it jungle lane?
Oh yeah,
I feel like
sure.
it has to.
For sure, jungle.
Yeah.
He's a natural explorer, so it makes sense.
Perfect. Well, all right. Final question then. Of anybody on your team, who is most likely to go viral and why?
Who's
better
most
or
likely
worse?
to go viral?
Who's showing up on the floor you pick? That look.
I would say my top laner, Eliza. I think she for maybe for worse. There might be a controversy that comes out in 5 years. I wouldn't be shocked.
And you're just like, oh no.
Classic Eliza.
We'll have to ask her about it.
Yeah,
but appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thank you.
So first question, the getting to do lands like this is obviously super fun, and exciting. But what do you personally look forward to whenever you have an offline event on the schedule?
I like. Or, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, no, you're good. So offline events are pretty unique. Like MEC does them, and what gets you like super excited about coming to a LAN like this?
So I think it's cool. Like I love seeing what like all the other people look like. Just like know how I'm playing against.
Yeah.
I like hanging out with my teammates, like outside of playing games and stuff, and just like coming to like a different area like Chicago.
Yeah,
with your team, like that's pretty cool. Because most of the lands that we end up going to are just down Columbus.
Super local.
So so it's nice to get out.
Nice. Well, second question. Made a few calls. All right, we got you in on the Riot Dev team. And you were in charge of bringing in the next League of Legends champion. Could be from any IP. Could be anybody in real life. Literally anything. Who are you bringing in first?
I think Donald Trump would be a pretty cool champion, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just as polarizing as like pretty much every League of Legends champion already, so it's not even like a big deal. I feel like there's already so many like custom skins.
Yeah, there'd be some pretty cool skins. That's what I'm gonna say.
And then final question of anybody on your team, who is most likely to go viral and why? For better or for worse?
I'd say play Adam. I'm in under shoes because like he's very like outgoing and like he could get like pretty excited at some moments. Yeah. Okay. So like I think he could definitely do something crazy.
There you go. All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for the interview. First question I've got is, have you been to a LAN before? Competed offline?
This is my first LAN.
Wait, really?
Yep.
All right. Well, as far as your experience versus online competition, what are some of the best aspects about playing on LAN?
I like that I can like see my opponents because like sometimes if they make a good play, I get to see them excited, and then it makes me feel less bad that like they made a good play.
That's so you might be the most wholesome player.
I also like being able to fist bump. It makes it feel a lot better than because it's like you're like, oh yeah, these people are like benefiting from our failure, and like vice versa. It makes winning feel better, and it makes losing feel better.
Wow, I don't see any downsides. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. It's a flawless system. Yep. All right. Well, the second question, we made some calls. Okay. We got you in on the dev team at Riot Games.
Oh my God.
Yep. And,
replacing Freak?
No, of course not. That he strapped himself into the foundation of that building. He's gonna die there. But you are in charge. First thing on the docket is a brand new champion. And it's a collaboration. It's going to be
like a Smite.
Could be anything. Talking about a new IP. Could be a real life person. What are you bringing in to League of Legends as your first ever champion?
First ever champ. I got to go with the winner of the 2008 election, President Barack Obama.
Okay, all right. Any specific aspects of the kit that you're like, it's perfect for Barack?
I'm picturing draft red side R5 pick. They have like a I don't know, like a Scion top or something.
Uh-huh.
Just imagine the Obama counter pick on R5. That it goes too hard.
Yeah. Thanks, Obama, in chat. Like, we get the drone strike ultimate.
True. And they get adding Joe Biden as the counterpart. Perfect bot lane. Perfect bot lane.
All right, well, final question. Of any of your teammates, who is most likely to go viral? And for better or for worse, why? What's the context? What's showing up on my For You page?
I definitely think Brody has potential. His TikTok goes real crazy.
Oh,
it's Campbell's Chunky, like the soup. He's got some real crazy TikToks on there, and I think I could definitely see him in like 4 years.
Oh, the name is Campbell's Chunky.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, why is he doing TikToks about Campbell's Chunky soup? I mean, whatever works, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not my algorithm, but
he's a good. He's got some real good ones. So if you want to check out Campbell's Chunky on TikTok for some real good viral memes on there.
Campbell's
Sorry, Campbell's cream of mushroom. Campbell's cream of mushroom.
Ad segment for Campbell's.
Not a paid sponsor. Not a paid
sponsor.
Like Campbell is doors open. Have your people call me people. All right. All right. Well, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Good luck in the games. Thanks for coming around. First question I have is, have you competed at LAN before?
It's actually my first LAN.
Let's go. Okay, so like versus online play, what has been the best part about offline play and like competing at a LAN like this?
Just like two things. Like one, being able to like see your opponent, obviously, like feel the energies.
Yeah.
But also like the amount of games you play. Like most tournaments, you typically play like stuff pretty spaced out.
Yeah.
Like here, you walk in, you play like 8 games in a row, which is pretty dope. That's pretty
I love that. Yeah. All right. Second question then. We get you on the dev team at Riot Games. All right, and your first objective is bringing in a brand new champion to League of Legends, and it's a collab. All right, it's a crossover. You get any IP, whether it's a real person or like a character. Who are you bringing into League of Legends as the newest champion?
Anyone.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe like my dad.
Yeah. Okay. All right. My dad could beat up your dad, and then
sure. How old's your dad?
and then it's the old school like school ground. Any particular abilities that you're like, oh, this is dad all over it, or like dad jokes, like a debuff. You know,
debuff.
Like it just hurts emotionally to hear like bad dad jokes.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He raps out the window. But it's really
oh, that's awesome. That is brutal, but that is awesome. All right, final question then. Of any of your teammates, anybody at Cornell, who is most likely to go viral and why? For better or for worse?
Brody McEwen, our juggler.
Ooh, okay, all right, and why?
He says what comes to mind. You'll never meet a man as honest as Brody McEwen. He'll say he'll keep it real, but he definitely has like no filter, for better or worse. But,
I see. Yeah, I see. All right,
definitely him.
Yeah, he's like
sure. Yeah. There he is.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Good luck at the games. Congrats on the first LAN. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super fun. Thanks for
awesome. Yeah.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Drury lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone to them on out. Going into egg form. Look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe. Get the quadra kill.
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we end up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage. Shibby's drinking on up. We're getting ready to go to for our second series of the night. It's a fun Friday doubleheader. For our second matchup, it's Cornell versus Cleveland State. And Shibby, if we want to take a quick look at the standings, we can kind of see where these teams are sitting at. And after our series from before, Purdue Northwest finishing up and are very much in contention for the #1 seed in the league.
Yeah, for anybody that's joining us right now, didn't see the last series, Purdue Northwest ended up taking their victory over Drury in a 2-0 fashion very convincingly. They have another match later this week, actually tomorrow, Saturday, March 2nd, 5 p.m. CST, against ONU, our top-seeded team. So if they win that, they actually end up in first place here. There is some shenanigans that can happen.
Shenanigans?
Shenanigans. Whimsy shenanigans. As GVU also plays 2 games this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, against Briarcliff and Ottawa. And if they end up winning those 2 while Purdue wins theirs, there might be a potential 3-way tie for first.
Crazy.
Ottawa. Yeah, I mean, Ottawa is unfortunately out of the running right now. They are 4-2. They can only go as high as 5-2. And the way they go 5-2 is by beating GVU potentially this weekend in our final match of the MEC regular season. A fitting end, right? 2 of our top teams from last season, Granville University, Ottawa, the champs, the 2 people that we sent as representatives to top 32 in CLOL, going to be ending the MEC regular season off with a bow. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Both of these teams, as you can see right now, are in the top 4, and one of them can go for that #1 spot here, so you don't want to miss that. But we're not here to focus about Purdue Northwest. We're not here to talk about ONU. We have got 2 teams that want to end the season off on a good note, that want to go into the playoffs, Mac, on a high note here. We've got Cleveland State University versus Cornell College. And on Cleveland's team, we've got Jason in the top lane, Kaizix in the jungle, Shoes in the mid lane, Scrub McLord in the AD carry role, and Aqua Lad in the support.
Meanwhile, on the side of Cornell, it is Eliza holding things down in the top lane. Cuddy making things happen in the jungle. Phalwin going ham in the mid lane. Akutsu and Peaches round out the bot lane. 2 teams that have really honestly had some highlights throughout the season. I know it's tough to be here in this situation, playing for which of these teams going to have a win in the season, but both squads go into playoffs. And of course, whoever loses this match is going to have the tough task of going against the number 1 seeded team, as it's that 1 versus 8 matchup. So it makes things a little bit tricky. For the side of Cleveland State, Jason has started making a lot of noise, getting some solo kills. He's looking like a god on the Zach champ. I wonder if that's going to start drawing some attention towards him in the ban phase, because for the most part, a lot of teams playing up against CSU, they have been focusing heavily on their ADC Scrub McLord.
Yeah, we've seen sometimes 3-4 bans thrown Scrub McLord's way here. I think it's a smart choice to ban out the Zach if you are Cornell here. Jason just looks like a completely different person on the Zach, right? He was solo killing Prank. He's solo killing other individuals. He, at some points in the game, was the primary carry. And unfortunately, just Zach is those tank champions. Jason, in most MEC matchups, Jason on Zach, that's pretty much what it is, right? That is quite literally Jason in a nutshell when you give him that Zach. And I think Cornell should pick up on that, right? I don't think you want to chance that, right? Giving that over potentially and losing a game here. On the other side, though, Eliza, another very impressive top laner in their own right. MEC has just kind of been blessed with a lot of good top laners, top and jungle specifically. No offense to all the other lanes, but like we've got Prank, we've got Jason, we've got Quick Slice, right? I mean, we keep going. Aggression back in his native role. Oxycontin, right? I mean, it's just so crazy. And everyone has their own kind of subset of champions that it look really good on. Prank, obviously, with the Gwen and the Gragas that we saw, right? Quick Slice has his own kind of champion pool that he's good at, even though we saw like a not so good opening on that Aatrox. He's been pretty reliable on that champion. Eliza as well. The Urgot, the Alawi, one of the few people pulling that out. Her Urgot's amazing. As we do get a roster update.
No way.
It is actually going to be Divine in the support role, and Peaches is actually going to be in at the jungle. So Cuddy unable to make it. Hope everything's okay with him. But their support for Cornell College is going to move into that jungle role, and they're going to have a sub here, Ryan Divine. I mean, that's a sick name.
So, substitute situation, it happens. You're sitting on the bench, 6th man. You've got the sweats on. I remember a funny story. Team USA basketball, or I'm going back to my basketball references, Shibby. Sometimes the players don't even come prepped with the jersey underneath the sweats. This time, Divine coming in, ready to go. Got the keyboard and mouse situated, and hoping for an exciting series. Cornell, again, hoping to secure this dub to get a tally under the win column put together. So excited to see this matchup here. For the side of Cleveland State, Scrum McLord, excited to maybe take advantage of this substitute support in the bot lane. I wonder if CSU is going to be able to play some of their more pocketed, aggressive style bot lanes like the Lucian, like the Callista, and really try to put their foot on the gas pedal from the get-go in the bot lane.
Yeah, I definitely think that bot lane matchup now is skewed a little bit because you don't have, for Cornell, your typical, prototypical bot lane with Peaches, with Ikutso there. You've got to kind of adjust on the fly here. I'm expecting potentially more utility junglers, assuming Peaches doesn't really play jungle all too often, right? It's easier to default onto things like the Maokai, the Sejuani, that kind of stuff. I don't expect any carry matchup junglers coming out from Peaches, but I could be wrong. Maybe they secondary role. Maybe they're just a godlike jungler. Maybe they're challenger second account jungler, and I could be wrong. Maybe they were a role swap. But especially in these kind of last minute substitutions, you kind of have to lean on those low utility, still relevant, even though you don't get to farm and get kills and stuff like that. So Maokai could be a really big champion for Cornell in this game. One, also stuff like the Sedge, like we mentioned, and another low utility useful junglers. Tank junglers typically tend to kind of fit that bill. But yeah, I think kind of what we slept on, Mac, just a little bit, something that's unchanged, unfeathered, is that mid lane matchup, right? Shoes versus Felwyn is sure to be a spicy one, right? I think both of these guys have exuded a lot of champion diversity, the ability to carry. They've played tons of different matches. They've
Absolutely
both gone through the ringer of mid laners, right? And so now they face off against each other. I think it's going to be down to who gets that advantage, who gets that shove, who ends up carrying from the mid lane here.
Yeah, there's something really interesting. I feel like Shoes' champion pool's been a little all over the place, but has shown some good playmaking with the Corki. And overall for CSU, what's really going to come key in this matchup is I think how well they're able to group together and execute their team fights. It's an area we've seen Cornell actually excel pretty well, making it through the early game, grouping up and taking solid fights around the objectives. I feel like CSU, a few times throughout the season, we've seen them group up and then one or two members be a little bit out of place, and so the fight doesn't quite go according to plan. It's like cursive writing, gotta cross the T's and dot some I's, and everyone's got to be on the same page when it comes fighting time.
Yeah, I think desynced is probably the best kind of word to use for CSU at times, right? Because even last week when we saw them play, there was a moment where they were doing really good in the bot lane. They had that blitz Viego, right? They were able to execute. But they went a little too deep. The bot lane went a little too deep. Viego wasn't getting invaded on. There was just a bit of a desync where once those summoners were burned, there was a moment for CSU's bot lane to turn and help Kha'Zix there. And that's like kind of those things where you can show up easily with like communication, game plan, stuff like that. So like you said, it's not even that they necessarily have wrong ideas about the game or they pick bad champions, nothing like that, right? It's just they have just kind of looked not as coordinated as some of our other teams. And that really is the difference maker when you come into these more higher competitive leagues, that you've got to, like you said, dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure that everybody's on the same page, because that's how you win team fights. That's how you start pushing advantages, getting objectives. That's how you really start accelerating the pace of the game and getting it to a point where you can, blow up that nexus, get that dub. And I think, like you said, CSU has just kind of struggled with that. Both of these teams have struggled, right? I mean, that's just kind of like the nature of MEC at the moment. And so it's going to come down to who has made the biggest improvements from last week to this week and who can actually execute on those. And that's where things like scrims, coaching kind of comes into play a little bit.
Both squads have won matches, just not series. They've gone to game 3 situations. They've pushed some of the other MEC teams to the back of they pushed some backs on the wall. So I'm curious, Cleveland State, their 1-game win, Jason on Gwen, Shoes on Yone, it stands out because they had fantastic games, and playing against the likes of Eliza, who takes a lot of solo lane carries, she's not going to shy away from any of these fights. Going picks like Alawi, like Urgot, maybe even Yorick got buffed recently. I wonder if we'll see any of that. With that type of play style, I think there comes an opportunity with picks like the Nocturne, like the Twisted Fate being very popular. We've seen Cornell punished for being too aggressive in the side lanes by really coordinated collapses. Like, hey, we're just going to ult Eliza while the rest of Cornell isn't up to too much, and we're going to take them down for overextending a little bit. I wonder how well Cleveland State's going to be playing around these side lanes.
Yeah, and I'm not even a hater on what Eliza is trying to do. Right.
Oh, no.
I get it.
We love it.
You split push. It's just you have to kind of be in sync with your team. So let's say you're split pushing on the bot side while Baron's up. All right. Cornell now needs to grab vision. They need to clear it out. They need to make sure that whatever team, in this case CSU, is punishing that overextension, is punishing that chasm of pressure that Eliza's trying to create, that they get something out of it. Either a pick on the other side, they overload the top lane, they get mid-tier 1. You always have to trade your top laner's life, or your side laner's life in that case, for something more. It has to be something more valuable than 450 gold or 400 gold typically, right? You get a shoving bot side, you pressure Baron, you force a TP, something like that. Or if it's a little earlier, you can get things like grubs, you can get things potentially like Rift Herald, or you can set up vision, set up a pick, set up a trap in the enemy side jungle so that you can kind of get back and hope Eliza can kind of TP back in for that numbers advantage that you'll get because you picked them off after Eliza died in that side lane. Yeah, I think things like Nocturne, TF, should be banned out here. Nico Nocturne, bread and butter composition. I would love to see one of these two teams take that, right? If it's up. Nocturne Ori, also bread and butter combo. Nico just fundamentally combos so well with things like the Maokai, like the Nocturne, like a lot of the good junglers right now. Xin Zhao as well, Jarvan, you name it. You throw any of those guys in, Nico is a pretty damn good laner at the moment. So I want to see if any of these guys will end up taking some of those easier compositions, the more meta comps, or if they're going to kind of stick to their guns and just pick what they want, pick what they're good at, or pick what they're comfortable with.
And to that point, Cornell College has been one of the teams very willing to run those types of compositions. I believe it was just last week we saw them run a game with the Nocturne Ori. I may be mistaken, but it gives the Cornell vibe to me. Failwin on a mage, controlling the mid lane matchup. Now, Peaches is opting into the jungle, something I was going to mention earlier, Shibby, potentially a relevant pick for our support turn jungler might be the Rel, who Peaches has had some really good games on and can actually go into the jungle. So that's going to be Mac's bold prediction before game number 1. I wouldn't be surprised to see Peaches on something like a Rel jungle.
Yeah, I think the issue with that is that Rel has kind of fallen out of favor because her Q doesn't break shields anymore. And that was like one of the big things to take grubs with, right?
Dang.
Break the grub shield. Yeah. You immediately you're like
tough.
super fast at taking grubs. Yeah, they odd nerf. Not the way I would have gone, but we are finally into the draft here. Peaches again in the jungle for Cornell College. Cuddy could not make it. Internet issues happens. So Divine comes into the support role, and Cornell's support hops on over to jungle here as we get the bans underway. CSU on the blue side, Cornell on the red side here. Smolder banned out immediately.
Old. And Karma taken away. Maybe I'm going to have to put my marker away. It seems either teams have wised up, and I think also a bit of a mix. Karma has been hit by a few nerfs, so less powerful, but for the time being, CSU going to figure out their other bans. Cornell, I wonder if they're going to keep targeting some of Scrum McLord's champions, or if we're going to see Jason's Zach pop up here in the first phase. Eliza's put some teams on notice. The Garen banned away that we saw last week put up some really good games. Eliza was, solo killing, running into team fights, charging in, laying down some Demacian justice. And kind of surprising for me, Cornell College, instead of targeting Scrum McLord's champion pool, they're targeting Aqualad with these bans.
Yeah, you've got a sub support in, right? So maybe you want to kind of make it a little bit easier on this bottom lane for Ikutso and Divine. Who knows how many scrims they play together? Who knows if they even play together that often, because Peaches is generally in the main roster, right? And that is not a Bard ban. Unfortunately, Fat Cat not in the game here. It's actually Eliza's Urgot being taken off the board. So Garen and Urgot removed for Eliza. Only Cornell should pay in kind, right? Jason Zach should just be taken off the table.
Come on. Let's see. Cornell College final ban is Viego, one of Kaisek's favorite champions. And there it is. Swole Zach has arrived. Jason gets his signature champ.
Yeah. Jason wreaking havoc on
Roll
this
the
Zach
meme.
pick. But
give us the meme. We want to see it again.
Cornell College. I have to have something prepared for this, right? Something like the Trundle, potentially. Gragas for Eliza. Gragas sucks. Yorick call out? Like you mentioned, Mac?
Let's go!
Did you just take my crystal ball? Did I chuck it over
It
there?
works out pretty well. Yeah, dude, this thing's great. I freaking love it.
Yeah,
just know all the picks that are going to happen, and then you can talk about it. Sound super smart.
Let's wait a little bit. Hyper could be messing with us. Let's wait a little bit. I don't know if that's a lock-in.
No, yeah. Peaches. Yeah. Peaches is picking right now. It's gonna be the second pick. It's Poppy.
Another champion. Very, very good. Into this Zach. Engage Denial is the name here for Cornell College. I like that. Also, could also be flexed into Divine, right? For the support. Support Poppy, not as common, not as picked, right? We've seen it here and there in competitive play. But if you don't like the jungle matchup, right? If they do end up going like something like Xin Zhao, could be rough for CSU. Belveth as well, not that good of a pick, right? Because Poppy has that steadfast presence, that W, it denies a lot of like bread and butter engages, right?
Mm-hmm. Whoa! Karthus Amumu follow-up in Chibi. This might be the most wild draft we've had. Could this Amumu maybe go down to the support role for Aqualad potentially? I haven't seen too much Amumu support, but with those double bandage toss now, he's got 2 arms. They gave him 2 bandage tosses. Something also, I would like to see Nico locked in. That'd be sick. Instead, we're going to get Failwinds Yone potentially. Something fun I saw with Nico plus York is that you can actually disguise yourself into the maiden.
As a ghoul?
No, as the maiden. His like ult. So he's like running in naturally. He's got the maiden, and then surprise, it's Nico.
That's pretty cool. I don't know if they will end up going there, but Cornell severely lacking on that AP damage here, or magic damage here, and they suspect the same thing as UMAC. They don't think it's a mid Karthus. Most likely going to be Karthus jungle, Amumu into the support role. Zach most likely headed into Jason's hand here. So they're banning out a bunch of mid laners. They're pinching Shu's champion pool just a little bit. It's rough too because you ban out Azir, you ban out Nico. Corki's still available for them. That
it all evens out. Urgot and Bard.
Urgot and Bard banned out. Maokai removed from the table. It is going to be the brand here. So could be brand support. Draven being locked in for Scrub McLord on top of the Amumu potentially with the support. That could cause some havoc. Cornell College do have that R5 for their AD carry potentially. Let's see what CSU round out their composition with. It's gonna have to either be their mid lane or their jungler. We still don't know. It's actually gonna be mid lane Karthus. Jungle Amumu, Draven Ash bot lane.
We're here. This is what it is.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. That is a bot lane ready to slam anything into the favor of Cornell here, especially kind of taking advantage of that substitute support here. But Thresh, is it actually just going to be a brand Thresh bot lane?
Oh, nice. That's sick. Oh, the psychic ball.
Beautiful.
I get that.
Yeah. That's beautiful. That's beautiful
I
right
want
there.
that image as my Twitter banner for afterwards. Hyper, FYI. I'm going to update that after the stream. Shibby, huge pick. Huge pick. Scrub McLord on the Draven. It has been banned, I think, in pretty much every game that we've seen.
Yeah. I don't think it's been less than once.
This is the man, the myth, the legend, the guy on CSU that so many teams feared at the start of the season. In this game, the final one of the regular season, we get to see if that fear was warranted. And it feels like this Draven is going to be Scrub McLord's coming out party because I am so excited. Let it rain gold in this bot lane. It's a really interesting matchup headed into the Brand Thresh.
I mean, Divine's just not going to have a fun time on this Thresh, man. Ash, Draven, good luck. Like, you will get pelted down with axes, with arrows. I understand why they went brand bot lane, right? I was thinking if you want AP, you go Ziggs, right? Potentially that's your pick. But you need the health shred. It's almost like if you don't take the brand, it feels so disrespectful because you've got Zach, you've got Amumu, who build tons of health items, right? Leandries, Rylays, that's going to go crazy along with the passive. There is a lot of opportunity for this brand to just get off multiple ticks of the passive because of how clumped up CSU generally is going to be, right? Amumu, Zach are going to be diving in together. Shoes over the top with the Karthus ultimate, right? You've got pick potential with the Ash here. The thing about CSU's composition is that they can throw any one of their engage tools out and they've still got more in the bag, right? They've got so much. They're so deep in there. And so Cornell have to be very wary of Cleveland State's engage and the ability to just snap trigger onto them.
It is time to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Summoners, welcome to our first match of the series. Cleveland State taking on Cornell College. This may be one of the more interesting drafts we've had so far, but a lot of signature champs getting locked in, a lot of fun in an early invade to get us going. Peaches, welcome to the jungle! It's all fun and games, but you're gonna have to back off.
And that's rough. Poppy jungle starting W is a little rough. She's gonna need a very hard leash, either from topside or this bottom lane here. You typically want to go QE in your first 2 levels. It gives you that ability to do increased damage, to E-slam into the wall. As Shoes, they know he's by himself.
Oh, Divine, welcome to the starting lineup. Landing a hook on the Shoes. Are they going to get the flash out? This would be huge for Failwind, who's just looking to kill one auto attack after another. He's going for it. Oh, flash away. Shoes barely gets out, but now Scrub McLord. It is Draven time, but he's got reinforcements. Now Failwind going to be forced to flash as well, and it's Scrub McLord! First blood! Let's go, CSU. This is what I was hoping for. And the Draven might get another. It's a double for the Scrub McLord.
Cleveland State coming in hot. They tried to punish. Right? They tried to punish Shoes. They're like, why are you defending this jungle? We know you're by yourself. Jason, Scrub McLord, and Aqualad all invaded that top side there. It just wasn't enough damage. That flash and exhaust coming out from Shoes doing wonders. And Failwind does have to burn the flash, does burn the TP here. And Divine has no sums into a double-ranged bot lane. It's going to be rough. We talked about how Divine is going to get walked down. We saw it in the mid lane just now, right? Ashe autos does not allow you to move here, but Failwind should be able to exert some lane pressure on this Yone. Very good matchup into the Karthus here. Shoes has to play this perfectly because he doesn't have any sums available, doesn't have the exhaust that would typically be able to kind of negate some of that damage, as Failwind does eat a tower shot. You look at the jungle starts as well. Isaac's already coming into that bot lane, punishing the summonerless Divine.
Here we go, looking for an early gank. Isaac's level 3. Aqualad slowing him down. The bandage toss connects, and it's gonna be a 3rd kill going over to Scrum McLord in just that many minutes, Shibby. It has arrived. Scrub McLord is here. He's been waiting all season long to lock this in Cornell College. Give Scrub the perfect Draven start.
Shackled no more by the ban system. You can throw as many as you want, but Scrub McLord will be unleashed here. 3-0 on the Draven. Already up nearly 1.2 thousand gold for Cleveland State. We're 3.5 minutes in. The game is already getting out of control here. Cornell does have a saving grace here. They do have that Yone, that brand scales really well. Side lane pressure from Eliza here, or Cambodia Eliza on this Yorick. Can do a lot of damage. Can bring people like Zach, like Shoes to their attention. Sorry. Yeah. So there are windows for Cornell, but they've got to stop bleeding gold over to Draven, right? Like, it has to stop now. Because if it doesn't, he's just going to get so far ahead of the damage curve that despite how tanky Peaches gets, despite how tanky Divine may end up getting, he's just going to rip through the rest of your team ever so confidently.
Big start. Let's see. Looking on the map, Void Grub's about to spawn. It feels kind of weird, the start of this game, because we're like, oh, there's been so many kills already, but it's not even 5 minutes yet. None of the objectives are up here. Players get a moment to catch their breath. 2,000 gold is the lead for CSU. A lot of that on Scrum McLord. Jason taking care of business. He's got a big CS lead on Eliza to start this one off as well. So CSU, this is probably their best early game we've seen all season long. But when you got a 3-0 Draven, I think it's hard to compare the other early games to this one. I mean, this one just feels like a lovely cherry on top of the sundae.
Oh, yeah. Dessert before dinner for Scrub McLord. As now they're going to look to punish this. Their lane is shoved in. Isaac has flash.
Gets stunned up here and no way out. Peach is a Slammerooski in the wall. Akutsu gets the kill in the bot lane. And tough when the lane gets shoved. Shoes potentially under pressure here. Peaches is
dive.
looking for more ultimate from Failwind. Shoes not getting taken down. Peaches, there we go, flashing in. That's, I think, what Failwind was expecting at the start, but Peaches was maybe like, does he got this? Jason, meanwhile, gets interrupted. It's like running into a brick wall.
Yeah. Brick wall made of titanium on the back end, and it's just impossible to get through. Ikutso has the blue buff in hand. I really think
no way.
Peaches was trying to give the kill over. Jason is...
So much damage from Eliza's Yorick. She brings out the Maiden of the Mist. And Jason's going to have to be careful. Does have
call the Maiden
the
back.
passive. Oh, no, he's going to die. Oh. Grub's an option for Peaches here. Is Scrub dodging a hook? Kaizik's looking for a gank, heading immediately back down to the bot lane. Jason going to try. Bandage Toss connects. Requiem is here. Praise to Shoes. It's not enough damage, though, and the follow-up isn't quite there.
Good flash from Ikutso. I think the real big thing to understand here is that this bottom lane does not have cleanse, right? So Divine, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
would
good point.
Would be in their best interest to maybe even start rushing a Mikhail's, right? Like, at the end of the day, that Mikhail's is probably going to be so much more valuable than any, like, Aegis that you get, right? Because if you do get, if you get Locket, yeah, you can block out potentially Shoes' ultimate, but if Ikutsu gets hit by an Ashe, the damage that's going to come in onto the brand will outvalue the Locket tenfold, right? Yep. But if you get, like we said, that Mikhail's, you can pop it onto Ikutsu the moment he gets hit by an Ashe arrow. You can get out of dodge. You can ghost. You can leave, right? So we'll see if Divine ends up changing their build path or adapting it as the game goes on here. But without that cleanse on brand, this Ashe becomes ever so more valuable.
Supports, meanwhile, leaving the bot lane, Shibby, looking for plays in the mid lane. And something big, look at Scrub McLord's back that he got. Serrated Dirt Sheen. The bot lane for Cornell, they got to play a little carefully, but the gold lead's actually coming back with plays like this in the mid lane. Failwind's going underneath the turret. Is that turret shot going to finish him? No, he gets out. Oh my gosh, Failwind's Yone's popping off.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what we've seen from Shoes a little bit here. Like you mentioned, his champion pull a little all over the place. He's tried a bunch of different things. We've seen, I think, Zerath out of him, stuff like that. And in a similar vein to Prank at points, right? He will just kind of die in the mid lane, right? Because he overestimates his damage, something like that. But really good job from Cornell abusing this Yone matchup. It's a tough matchup, Karthus into Yone, especially if you don't have that exhaust ready. As now, Felwyn would end up dying here.
Jason, a big roam down. They're going to try to play around the Yone Spirit. Failwind takes a turret shot. Thank you very much. Going to try to dash out. And no way. How? He didn't have flash. CSU, they let Failwind slip through their fingers while the rest of the squad grouping around Dragon. They're not starting the objective just yet, Shibby. Bot laner's close to level 6. Scrub McLord's already there. Peaches is on the bot side. There's Aqualad's Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hook connects, though. A lot of damage. There's the cleanse. Akutsu getting low, and Jason coming in. It's a lot of brand damage. So much on the back half, finally. Spacing away. Trying to not let that brand damage spread.
Yeah, but we saw what just happened, right? Ashe threw the arrow out, hit Ikutsu. Ikutsu not allowed to move. Not allowed to throw another rotation of spells here.
Yep.
Peaches, I don't know if she's gonna be able to get this kill here. Should just back out. Zach was on that top side. Shoes actually transferred to the top side to pick up some of the waves so that Eliza couldn't push more with this Yorick. Nice from Cleveland State, right? Covering each other's like weaknesses, coming down from Jason into the bot lane to make sure that Scrub McLord is in a comfortable position and not letting them kind of lose control of that lane. I like that. That's the kind of synergy that we wanted to see from Cleveland State, right? Covering each other's lanes, working together, making sure that everybody eats. And Cleveland State maintaining that gold lead. 1,000 almost will be about cut down to about 500 once he gets this plate here. Felwyn on this Yone can be a menace for sure. And I think the big question a lot of people are asking, or a lot of people would be wondering, is that how does Cornell win these team fights? What do they do? They're not really built to team fight necessarily. They win it through a numbers advantage. Sweet Peach's Poppy, that ultimate is going to be crucial in knocking away either Kaizik's, either Jason or Shoes, so you can get that 4v3 or that 5v3 potentially.
It may be a potential lane swap. Failwind gonna have to go toe-to-toe with Jason. Ultimate comes out. Enchanted Crystal Arrow! Aqua Lad gets the assist there, and it was a big one at that.
Aqua Lad turning into Aqua Chad there. Peaches is also on the wrong side of the jungle. With that increased movement speed with the W,
See ya.
he's gonna get out. She's gonna get out. Okay, there you go. You know the limits.
Actually, didn't get hit by anything, right? The volley, the bandage toss.
Dodged everything. But with that mid lane kill, that's going to open up Grubs, and I don't know if they can actually dive Scrub McLord here. He is so far ahead. He picked up a Caulfield Hammer after that. The man is just stacking swords, hammers, enchanted sword, enchanted other, like, blades. He's just going for as much damage as possible, not looking to finish a legendary item at the moment, and that's typically what you do on Draven, right? You want to get that lethality. You want to punch through whatever base armor there is on Cornell's side.
Yep.
And then you start building towards, essentially, the Essence Reaver. Could go what we've seen is that Triforce, Cleaver, that more tanky Draven build that I've seen getting popularized. Requiem does come down.
Oh, wow. Jason getting really low, and it seems that the solo laners for CSU have fully swapped at this point. Jason does have teleport if he needs to rotate somewhat quickly. Shu's just going to keep trying to hold the line. Eliza, a lot of turret plates taken down so far. Jason gets hit by the hook. Crazy. Divine setting up a kill. No teleports to support Jason here. I believe he's going to get eliminated here. Shut down. Big gold goes over to Failwind, and they're going to be able to push into the turret as well, getting some gold. Kha'Zix is there to clear the wave, but they get that turret plating gold, Shibby, and that's enough for Failwind to back.
Now, we've been saying Divine. Is it not just Devin?
Devin E.
Devin? I mean, it's a cool, I don't know how he pronounces it. I'm going to keep saying Divine. I think it's a cooler name. I'm going to be quite honest.
I'm going to start saying Devin E. No,
okay. But, I mean, this guy's on your substitute roster?
Big hooks?
Other than the early... Yeah, other than that, early mishap, right, in that bottom side where he kind of overextended, died, the dude's been hitting some killer hooks on the Thresh, right? Has been setting up plays, has been setting up the right picks for his team, and I like that, right? Roaming, unlocking out of the bottom lane, you've got a Brand, an AP bottom laner, who can just kind of shove the wave, clear it, and leave. Very, very well played from Cornell, and they've wrestled the gold lead back in their favor.
That's crazy. Failwinds have been doing a lot of work in this mid lane, and Jason, I wonder if this lane swap has worked out not quite in his favor. Is Bork Failwind going to try to use the ultimate? Doesn't get in range, and it's another Enchanted Crystal Arrow flashed by Failwind, and he's going to be able, maybe, so low. Jason trying to pull this one out, and he gets it with the W. Failwind also dies once more. So close to making that play work.
And that's just a Zach diff, right? I mean, just so crazy. Picks up a blob. Yeah, Jason on Zach. Eliza is looking for a 1v1, but Shu's not giving it. Putting down the Skittles. Really well played. Exhaust plus Karthus makes it a nightmare to fight him. But yeah, I mean, Cambodia had to build Grievous Wounds just for Jason here. Uh-oh.
Oh, the Q doesn't connect onto Eliza. The Maiden is mad. Eliza, are they going to stay? This is interesting. Eliza, I think, going to be able to shove the wave there, Shibby, and get more ghouls as Cornell turn their attention maybe to the dragon. Or recalls here. It would be good timing, but instead everyone's going to go their separate ways.
Yeah, Eliza got a whole ton of gold into their pockets. Uh-oh, Draven Ultimate! All right. I thought that was going to execute potentially. But full plates for Eliza here. She is probably well ahead. Might be the strongest gold-wise. Uh-oh, Elwin?
Oh, the Curse of the Sad Mummy misses, but the Bandage Toss connects. Peach is coming in to help out as well. This might be the tide of turning. Kha'Zix getting knocked up. Failwind dashing in. Beautiful setup between the mid-jungle duo. Peach's former support is used to coming up into the mid lane to help out.
Doesn't even look like a substitute jungler.
Wow.
Right? Doesn't even... Has not missed a step. Just on this Poppy.
1-0-4.
Combos down. Yeah, understands the flash Q into the ultimate to knock them up. I love that. I love that. These guys not missing a beat here. Uh-oh.
But it's Scrum McLord. It's always been the Scrum McLord show. On a rampage, that's got to be so much gold, Shibby. Just picked up by Scrum McLord, 141 CS. It was the first kill since the 3-minute mark. Can we get a look at Scrum McLord's gold in his pocket now? Look at that. Boom.
A full BF sword. A full BF sword. And I said, okay, maybe Eliza should be the strongest gold member. Nah, Scrum McLord been cashing in. I forgot about his game. He's 7,000 gold right now. Single-handedly the strongest member in the game right now, Cleveland State. Looking to Scrub McLord to carry this. It's going to be rough. Felwyn is a force to be reckoned with.
2 items.
Nikuso just not at that point. Yeah, 2 items, though. Essence River into the Collector. Going to be punching through the no armor of Ikutso, of Felwyn, of Divine here. He's going to hurt. Although despite being up in kills, Cornell have just been getting all these objectives. Mid lane turret is a chew sneeze away. Top lane's already down. We see Eliza going for what is the second rotation of Grubs here.
No, Rift Herald.
Oh, no. Rift Herald
it might be get stolen. Meanwhile, Failwind still looking for these duels in the mid lane. Red team secures. Eliza picks up the Herald. Grubs were split 3-3 apiece. Peaches snuck in and got the first set. Cleveland State able to control the top side of the map, secured the second, and Dragon may now very well be on the menu. Eliza level 12 on the Yorick, got the Trinity Force, is going to look top lane. Failwind's just going in. Owen has gone ham so hard this game. 4-3-2 on the Yone. A hook, cleanse Scrum McLord on point with the use of the Summoner spell.
And that should allow him to pick up this Dragon here. Felwyn understanding the limits of this Yone. Understanding, hey, yeah, I can go this deep. I can fly in, use the Fate Sealed like you mentioned, and just set up my team for success. Uh-oh. I almost thought the Draven ult was going to steal that. And Scrub McLord was just not allowed to participate in that fight. It wasn't even there. By the time he arrived, Kaizix was already dead. The rest of the team could not help out. And Eliza on Yorick with the Rift Herald. Don't leave that girl in a side lane. I would not recommend that.
Failwind just trying to get the mid lane turret, does secure the objective, and is going to return right on out of there. Just going to keep on shoving the waves, Shibby. It is a very even game at the 18-minute mark. Less than 2,000 gold separates these two squads as they're duking it out. Scrub McLord, the one to watch on the side of CSU. Can his signature Draven finally come through for the squad at the right time?
Yeah, bottom lane turret is going to go down finally for them, but a lot of map control, or a lot of ability to take map control for Cornell here, as both the top lane and mid lane tier 1s are removed. Infernal Soul for us here, going to be 3.5 minutes roughly until that next Dragon. So both of these teams more than likely content on just kind of ping-ponging, farming lanes back and forth. The thing about that is Shoes is eventually going to get to a point. Felwyn?
This is not a fight Failwind wants. The arrow might have missed, but those axes don't shut down gold. More into the bank. Scrub McLord cashing in big time.
Nice hook.
Let's see. Jason in trouble. Going to try and do-si-do his way out of here. The cavalry has arrived. Akutsu trying to dish out the damage. Ultimate still there. Divine misses the hook. Rift Herald still now in the bot lane. Eliza still hasn't used it yet.
Yeah, probably going to use that to take out that bottom lane tier 1. Divine did everything he could, right? Stopped the Zac channel from the jump. Got the hook in. Just wasn't enough damage kind of ready. I feel like Ikutso probably needs that Rylands before you can really start seeing those damage numbers start to pump up. Still going to do very good in these health stackers, like Amumu, like Zac.
Yeah.
But a lot of that damage, a lot of that bouncing potential is going to come from those Riley slows. And Raven ulti does come down there. I'm surprised Eliza doesn't say to try to get some more autos onto the turret. Probably suspects that she's getting collapsed and actually cancels the recall here. What are they thinking right now? Are they trying to catch somebody out?
Trying to get in their shoes. Speaking of shoes.
Shoes?
You're just stuck. You're just stuck in the gates. You don't stand a chance. Cambodia, Eliza popping off, getting a solo kill. She was trying to clear the wave. Leandri is going to do some work here, but I think Eliza is going to be able to get this turret no problem. Still is hanging on to the Rift Herald, Chibi. I wonder if they're going to use it now to get that inner turret. Scrummick Lord and Aqualad, they're sitting in mid lane. There's an opportunity here.
Everyone's topside. Jason does have TP available. Might TP down, but Eliza, they don't actually have vision of everybody, right? They don't know where Kha'Zix is. Eliza taking the safer route, the smarter route, right?
Yeah,
Someone
we talked about before. Yeah,
exactly. Someone that's known to get a little overextended, get caught out, being more patient with their game, taking what's given to them and not trying to push the envelope. And I think that's the way to go for Cornell right now. Like you said, 1,000 gold separates these two teams. One team fight going over either the way of Cleveland State or Cornell could just seal the game completely, right? Baron up for the taking right now. Dragon up in a minute. Failwin feeling himself on the Yone, just slicing this man down. But I think really needs that Grievous Wounds to fight him, because you saw how much HP Jason just healed back. Like, Failwin chunked him, and then Jason's like, yeah, I'm going to step over my globs, and I'm going to be back to nearly full.
It looks like Eliza's charging into the bot lane turret. Shoes has got to watch out for the additional damage. But now Kha'Zix is here, as well as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Eliza getting collapsed on. It's a 1v3 as they try to run after getting the Curse of the Sad Mummy misses. It's a lot of damage. Follow up that Infernal Dragon move speed. The damage. Oh, the Collector comes through, but this is what Cornell we wanted from them. Take advantage of the pressure Eliza's generating. They're going for Baron and Chibi. I think they're going to be able to get a Divine, a beautiful flay to limit Jason's engage hook as well. They're trying to focus on the objective. They have Smite from Peach. There we go. Jason trying to slam everybody together, but nobody's coming to help out the Zac. Forms may split, Requiem may come, but Jason's destiny has been sealed.
And Cornell taking full advantage of the black hole of pressure that Eliza is generating, like you said. Got the tier 2 turret, banked 700 gold for themselves, and yeah, Cleveland State, you get another kill onto Scrub McLord. You get the Infernal Dragon, but you're still 10 minutes away from that Infernal Soul. What can you do within these 10 minutes? How can you stem the bleeding? How can you stop Cornell here? That's the big question. Do you start looking for some of these team fights? Do you start looking for these flank engages from Jason or Kha'Zix? Because Cornell right now are just picking and pulling CSU apart. You take a flash at the gold right now. Eliza, 10,000, nearly 11,000 in their pocket. 3,000 up on Jason. Look in the jungle. Peaches doing a fantastic job right now. Mid lane, Felwyn so far ahead. The strongest member in this game still is Scrub McLord. But is he the difference maker into Akutsu? 4,000 up, 12,000 for themselves. Have to overcome Cornell's topside here.
It's going to be a challenge. 3 items. Infinity Edge complete 601, 222 CS. Great CSing from Scrub McLord, averaging just under 10 a minute. Chibi, we got a close one on our hands. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Shoe's going to recall. Trying to get back into this one on McCarthus. A lot of engage potential for this Cleveland State squad, but Failwin trying to go into the back line. The ultimate misses, and that's the opportunity blown. Wow, Cleanse forced out.
Counter engage. It's done. Poppy, such a massive pick right into the Zac. We talked about Cornell. Do they have an answer? Do they know what they want to do? They let Jason on the Zac. He said, "No, what? We've got Poppy. It's fine. You'll never gonna be able to do Jason things."
Failwin's playing with fire. I'm so scared. Every time Failwin dashes in, I'm like, he could die here. But they're playing it pretty well. Next Dragon coming up, and Baron power play is slowly going to dwindle away, Chibi. It's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, they also just haven't really been able to do much with it, right? The Baron, albeit a good takeaway, right? Using Eliza's pressure, they weren't really able to get too much. No tier 2, no turrets actually at all. So good job from Cleveland playing defense there. Yeah, you give a lot of minions away, you burn some summoners, but at the end of the day, it's probably one of the better results you can get, right? Not giving any turrets away, not doing anything, And in 2.5 minutes, potentially 3 here as well, you either have to make the decision, do we let Cleveland State get on to Soul Point, or do we potentially chance a fight against Cleveland State? And if they lose that, they'll lose the Dragon, they'll lose the Baron, and things can start swinging over in the favor of Cleveland State right now. Very big decision for Cornell coming up in about 2 minutes. Probably game deciding.
And I think this match, Shibby, sort of encapsulates potentially a lot of the season struggles for both of these rosters. We'll see if they've learned from the regular season here. I think in this match, CSU Shoes actually doesn't have to worry too much about grouping up because his ultimate's going to hit everyone regardless. So potentially works out for CSU to manage him in that way. We'll see if the rest of the team, Scrub McLord, obviously big position. Failwin, I think, is also going to be tested here in this game. Can they get onto the back line? Eliza's got the hole breaker completed. She's got one job.
Oh my.
And one focus. The gates are being opened. Shoes is going to get trapped once again. The arrow's going to get dodged. Shoes goes down. Meanwhile, CSU, they're just going for everyone except Scrub McLord. Let's see. Jason
Fight away from him.
Going to get taken down. No, isn't able to escape. The hook goes wide, but there's only 3 remaining. Who's going to answer Eliza?
Somebody has to right now. They can do a push on 2 fronts. Scrub McLord has not been allowed to participate, right? Has this giant gold lead, has a giant gold influx, just never allowed to team fight. They're just picking and pulling this team apart. Cornell says,
Eliza's still pushing.
We're not going to fight your 80k. We're going to fight everybody else.
Oh my gosh, so much damage. Eliza just walks away. The inhibitor is going to go down itself. I don't have to worry about that too much. And now Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Huge amount of pressure on CSU to defend this top side of the map.
Shoes does get the silver lining of picking up all those minions. Karthus eventually, right, will scale to that point. Has picked up 2 items. Has the Leandries, has the Shadow Flame ready to go. Can be a positive contributor with that Requiem, like you said, but not available right now. Look, it's still on 50% of its cooldown. Won't be up for this Dragon. Might be up for this Baron, but a long ways away. Cornell should be able to walk into this Dragon for free because Eliza did not back. They're just punishing and pushing top lane here.
Dragon's going down so quickly. CSU looking to contest. The objective goes down so quickly. Failwind dishing out a lot of damage. Akutsu dishing out a lot of damage as well. Can anyone on the side of CSU handle this matchup against Eliza? They are level 17, Shibby. Huge lead that Eliza's acquired.
Yeah, Jason, the highest level on Cleveland State right now at 15. And whether it's intentional or not, Cornell, whoever is shot calling, whoever's deciding to just not fight into Draven, to pick off everybody else. I mean, Eliza, heroics on her side, only has 2 kills, but probably 2 of the most influential kills in the game at the moment, right? Got both of them onto Shoes. One of them resulted in that tier 1 in the bottom side. Another one resulted in the inhibitor turret in the top side. Way more important than Scrub McLord 6 at the moment. And I think that's what's kind of been the difference maker, right? Having that top pressure, having that ability to just run the lane, and nobody can match her. You need 2 people. And even then, it might not just be enough, because if you send Scrub McLord down there, Cornell are just going to rip the Baron. And who do you have? Kaizix, Aquachad, and Shoes maybe to fight that Baron? That's not enough. You need Scrub McLord with you in these team fights. Cornell just doing a masterful job right now, not overcommitting, not taking too many risks, and just taking what's given to them.
Okay, hear me out. Send Scrub bot. Have him take care of business, but we gotta fight in the mid lane. Huge ultimate from Kaizix coming in. Teleport from Jason. Eliza not teleporting in. They're gonna keep pushing bot. Jason looking for the engage, trying to get in there. Big ultimate from Shoes, but it's not gonna take anyone down just yet. Eliza continues to pressure the rest of the map. Failwind goes down. Scrub goes godlike, but Eliza is opening the base. There are super minions. There are super minions on the Nexus turret. Eliza's just gonna keep on
pushing. Keep on going. Jason's going to try and stop backs here. Or trying to, Jason, you got to back. You got to defend the base now with Scrum McLord. Here's what I was hoping for. Eliza has 0 armor. Scrum McLord should melt through the health bar. Still no armor picked up. But that is 2 Nexus turrets down. The Nexus is completely open.
And Cleveland State lose the house. They lose the dog. They lose the kids.
The car?
They haven't lost the car. They haven't lost the car. The Nexus is still alive, guys. The Nexus is still alive. We're okay. We're fine. Cleveland State, they do end up getting that fight win. They get another kill. 2 kills, onto Scrub McLord. Big shutdowns from Felwyn and Cambodia. Scrub McLord on 4 items on this Draven. Just needs to team fight. He's praying. Cleveland, we got to fight them. We got to be decisive. We've got to get a 4v4. We've got to get a 5v4. Either you send, like you said, Scrub McLord and one other person to deal with Eliza and give the Baron away, or you force a 4v4, or you force a 5v4. But one more mishap like that, your base is kaput. It's gone.
Eliza on top of that has teleport. And bought a Sterax. Said, no. I'm going to go Eclipse. I'm going to go Eclipse for more damage, which I respect so much. Divine has not gotten a Mikhail's. Ash Arrow still on the table. Let's see. Shoes does not have the ultimate available. Scrum McLord goes over the wall. Failwin goes back. And CSU, they don't lose anyone. Failwin burns some cooldowns, but still has Flash available. The ultimate going to come up. Arguably at the same times Requiem does. Jason still pushing in here, trying to look for the engage, getting low. Akuto safe in the back. Failwin safe in the back. Peach is on a rampage, tries to escape. Scrum McLord looking for the way into the fight, but here's Eliza's moment. This is what it comes down to. Not going to teleport in just yet, Shibby. I don't know why. Game seems pretty free to me. Baron gets started. And they're just going to focus on the objective. The rest of the squad's going to recall. Failwin found his target. Kaizik's going to get locked down here. Ultimate used. Baron secured. Game still going on.
They could have won.
I think they could.
Eliza could have TP'd, right?
I think so. Maybe. Allegedly.
Cleveland State was still dilly-dallying around Baron even after Jason went down. And so there was a big moment for Cambodia or Eliza in this game to TP into that top side, into that bot side. Instead, they go for the safe play. Cornell, like we said, not taking any risks, not taking any chances. No need, right? They've got a very comfortable gold lead. Nexus is exposed. Top and bottom and inhibitor are down only for a little bit longer here. Eliza back to the split lane duty, back to side laning, creating that black hole of pressure. And that's going to allow Cornell to pick up another dragon, put them on soul point, ever so slightly moving the needle, moving the success rate of destroying that Nexus for Cornell. Percentage by percentage here. Mid lane turret, mid lane inhibitor, the only one left to stand here. The only turrets that are in the game are in mid lane.
Yeah, like the Nexus doesn't even have any turrets, but they want the complete they're a bunch of 100%ers. I think a little bit. No, I'm just Cornell.
Full achievement.
Scrum McLord. It's time for the Draven. Let's see if they can make the team fight happen. Eliza's choosing to join the fight.
Nice poppy
Looking
ulti.
for Kaizik's. Oh my gosh. Getting taken down. Peaches goes unstoppable. Scrub is trying to deal with the minions. The base is open. Eliza's going to break it open with that shovel. The last turrets have been destroyed. Only the Nexus stands. 50% HP. CSU, the impossible task for Scrub McLord. Can they keep the hopes alive? Failwin into the back line is going to take care of the game. Wow. Victory for Cornell. The first death for Scrub happens at that last moment. And wow, what a game. Cornell College, despite the worst case scenario in the early game, 3 minutes in, 3 kills on Scrub McLord. Cornell College, they turn it around. Peaches in the jungle on Poppy, Shippy? Ultimate to save the day? Did they get Scrub McLord with that Poppy ultimate?
Yep, they got Scrub McLord.
Crazy.
And they got the Ash. Booted 2 of them out of Kingdom Come. Send them all the way back to Narnia. Say, you know what? You're not allowed to participate in this fight anymore. I apologize here. They're able to take that win. And Cornell, methodically, surgically, precisely, work their way back into this game after, like you said, nearly a 2,000 goal deficit at the 4-minute mark. Cornell sticking to their guns, playing very smart, right? Playing very patiently. There were moments where we thought, hey, Eliza could just TP into the top side, win.
Maybe.
Right? Baron. Potentially. But instead,
Mac and Chippy's solo queue.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Oh, we TP and dub. Give me the plus 25, whatever. But really well played from Cornell. Work their way back, climb back out of it. And like I said, intentional or not, the idea to just not fight Scrub McLord and instead use your top lane advantage, use your Yorick in the side lane, force them sending 2. If they don't, I'm going to take your whole base. Eliza, the star of the show, in my opinion, in that game. Not falling closely behind. Failwin doing a fantastic job, right? That whole top side. Beautiful, 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 right? I'm sorry, Yakutsu. I'm sorry, Divine. You guys did fine. Don't get me wrong, but your top side kind of stole the show there. Just a little.
And I think in what Cornell have been hoping to put together all season long, this was Eliza dominating in the side lanes and the rest of the team playing well around it while they handled their business. You know, we'll do the 1-4 setup, and the 4 really came through, getting that Baron, setting up Eliza for success. It's going to do it for game 1, but it's a best of 3 series, Shippy. We're just getting started with our second series of the night. If you guys do want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should come and watch the MEC Spring Championship at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest at Illinois College on April 6th and 7th. Use the command in Twitch chat, !Spring Championship. If you want to follow the link and get your tickets to join us, we really hope to see you there. We're going to hop into a quick break, but we'll be back shortly.
First question I have is, have you competed at LAN before?
It's actually my first LAN.
Let's go! Okay, so like, versus online play, what has been the best part about offline play and like competing at a LAN like this?
Just like 2 things. Like one, being able to like see your opponent, obviously, like feel the energies.
Yeah.
But also like the amount of games you play. Like most tournaments, you typically play like stuff pretty spaced out.
Yeah.
Like here, you walk in, you play like 8 games in a row, which is pretty dope. That's pretty
I love that. Yeah. All right. Second question then. We get you on the dev team at Riot Games. All right, and your first objective is bringing in a brand new champion to League of Legends, and it's a collab. All right, it's a crossover. You get any IP, whether it's a real person or like a character. Who are you bringing into League of Legends as the newest champion?
Anyone.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe like my dad.
Yeah. Okay. All right. My dad could beat up your dad, and then
sure. How old's your dad?
and then it's the old school like school ground. Any particular abilities that you're like, oh, this is dad all over it, or like dad jokes like a debuff. you know?
Debuff.
Like, it just hurts emotionally to hear, like, bad dad jokes.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He raps out the window when it's raining.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. That is brutal, but that is awesome. All right, final question then. Of any of your teammates, anybody at Cornell, who is most likely to go viral and why? For better or for worse?
Brody McEwen, our juggler.
Ooh, okay, all right. And why?
He says what comes to mind. Yeah, you'll never meet a man as honest as Brody McEwen. He'll keep it real, but he definitely has like no filter, for better or worse. But
I see. Yeah, I see. All right,
definitely him.
Yeah, he's like
sure. Yeah. There he is.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Good luck at the games. Congrats on the first land. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super fun. Thanks for
awesome. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the final week of the regular season here in the MEC 2024 season. My name's Mac Dewey. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I was taking a quick look at my wonderful co-caster, Mr. Shibby. How are you doing tonight, my man?
I am doing good. We just had a pretty exciting game one coming out from Cornell and CSU. And really, Cornell felt like they were prepared for almost everything that Cleveland State was going to bring out here, right? They let the Zach through. We said it should be banned. I was surprised a little bit that they let it through, but they had the answer with the Poppy. Peaches looking like a bona fide jungler, by the way. Is the support player, substitutes into jungle. They bring Divine in the bot lane, supporting over here, and they just kind of killed it, right? Eliza, like I said, the superstar of that game, just inhibitor turret, nexus turret, inhibitor, just banged down every single wall of Cleveland State here, and there just was no answer. I wonder if Cleveland State is going to end up removing some of those picks, right? If they're going to swap the Smolder ban for a Yorick ban, but then that leaves
just
it up
triple ban Eliza.
Yeah, you might have to, right? Like, if you don't have an answer, you can't pick the Zac anymore unless you ban out the Poppy. But if you ban out the Poppy, then they're just going to ban the Zac, right? Like, that's draft. Oh, so cool. But gets a little bit more complicated for Cleveland State here now coming into this game, too. Cornell can relatively stick to their guns. They can put similar bans out there if they feel like Cleveland State is going to try to ban that Poppy out, as I assume a side switch is going to happen. Then they have to kind of preemptively ban the Zac out here. Oh, a side switch is actually not happening. Wow, Cleveland State actually opting in for the blue side here. So now that allows Cornell to just leave the Zac up open. Because if they see Cleveland ban out the Poppy B3 ban, then you just ban the Zac, right? If you're Cornell. That's how easy it becomes.
It's a little chess maneuver. You've got the Zach pinned.
Yeah, pretty much. You cannot pick that Zach unless you signal to them that we want to pick Zach, and then that you kind of just remove that off the table. Draft will get really complicated for Cleveland State now. If they do end up throwing 3 bans over to Eliza, that opens up the Smolder for Cornell's mid lane, who apparently has just been playing a lot of Smolder in solo queue, just kind of just killing it. Been swapping through, I believe, the Essence Reaver, Navoria Quickblades build, and also that Riftmaker Spear of Shojin build. So depending on the matchup.
Really? Riftmaker?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
I haven't seen that.
So you go like, it's like Leandries, Shojin, Riftmaker, that kind of stuff. It's a more, it still does a lot of damage. The W can do a little bit more of the Q as well. So we'll see what Cleveland State actually ends up going with here. But they had a dream start, right? They had a really, really good early game.
Yeah.
Scrub McLord 3-0 on the Draven, just wasn't really allowed to participate. All the kills that he got were from skirmishes, right? There were no real 5v5 team fights. And the one team fight they did have that was like a 4v4 in that mid lane, all of that was happening. Eliza in the bot lane ended up getting the tier 3 inhibitor, right, in the bottom lane. Ended up getting both Nexuses. So it was a very costly team fight for Cleveland State here. So they have to be a little bit more better on how they allocate who is matching Eliza. If they want to try to punish that overextension, you gave up Baron, but you don't have to do that every time, right? Laning phase is over at like 15 minutes. You can punish it from 15 to 20 here.
Yeah, and I think the hard thing on top of that, Peaches, we talked about, my bold prediction was a Rel in the jungle. Instead, we got the Poppy, and Peaches just looked fabulous on the pick. Shout out Peaches for a pop-off substitute performance, and I think it made those team fights really hard to navigate because Peaches is able to take out 1 or 2 members of the fight completely and heavily favor the fight in Cornell's with the numbers game. It's all League of Legends, you got a lot of champions, people joke around, it's all skill. What if it all just comes down to the numbers? 4 is greater than 2? Just go in, mess them up. So CSU, though, gonna have to respond here. Game number 2, what adaptations can they come up with? It felt like for us here in the booth, CSU, that was a perfect game on paper for them. Jason on Zach, Draven as well, getting locked in for Scrub McLord. What else do they got up their sleeve here? It all comes down to this for CSU, whether or not they're going to try and push us into a game number 3.
Yeah, we are back. Game 2 of this best of 3 series. Cornell College on the red side, Cleveland State on the blue side. And for everybody just joining us, Cornell College is playing with a substitute support, Divine, slotted into that support role. Peaches, their main support or their starting support, is replacing Cuddy in this jungle role. Cuddy is doing fine, guys. He just has a bunch of internet issues right now. Couldn't connect.
In there.
Yeah, it happens all the time, right? It's just, you can be perfect, you can be there on time, you can do everything, and sometimes the world just does not agree with you. Cleveland State, though, banning out the Yorick, so we could see 3 bans removed.
Targeting Eliza, that stud in the top lane. Eliza putting in a lot of work in game number 1. Let's see, Urgot, the second ban. Is it just going to be triple Eliza? That's crazy. But it does kind of signal, like, they might be giving over the Poppy. You know, we're talking about the chess moves. Zach is kind of pinned on the draft board right now. Cornell College, they get their pick of the litter, right? In game number 1, they focused heavily on Aqualad. So far with the Karma doing the same thing, may just continue to ban out supports.
Yeah, make it a little bit easier for Divine and Ikutso, right? Reduce the impact that Aqualad has. It seems that Cornell is coming in with this, with the plan, right? Whether it's hodgepodge together last minute because of the substitute and stuff like that. Just don't fight where Scrub McLord is. Let's play the split game. Let's play for strong side laners. Let's force Shoes and Jason to match up against ours. I think Cornell understand where they kind of win on that front, right? Eliza has been performing exceptionally well. You know, in the solo lane specifically, pretty good, right? But also just in this series, obviously you saw what she was able to do, right? Itemizing very well. And Felwyn just kind of using that advantageous matchup, the Yone into Karthus, to full effect, punishing Shoes, punishing him in the lane, setting up dives with Peaches. And so Cornell understand their top side is where they're going to win. They just want to make it a little bit easier for their support, as the Draven is going to be removed. Scrubbic Lord did get some respect put on his name. But 3 top lane bans. Eliza, do you now go to the 4th pick, your Illaoi, potentially, as the first TF of this series gets blocked in here? That can go mid, that can go top, that can go 80 carry, guys. We live in a new world. 80 Twisted Fate is the wave.
Finally! I've been waiting. I've been waiting for a season where Twisted Fate can go full attack speed. Chibi, you called it perfectly with the Yorick ban added. Smolder is left through, and Failwin is going to be likely the one playing that in the mid lane.
Yep. Has a ton of games on that Smolder as Malphite gets locked in here. Just a preemptive counter, right? And that's probably going to go into Eliza's hands. Hey, Divine might play a mean Malphite support. I feel like it's just going to follow wherever this Twisted Fate might go. Really good.
Yeah.
CSU kind of has to adapt now, right? Are they going to go for the AP Twisted Fate? AD is not looking too hot, but because that Malphite gets locked in, that opens up one of the best counters. Silas locked in for Cleveland State. And a little factoid here, Mac Dewey. The Silas into Malphite matchup is the most one-sided matchup in League of Legends history.
No way.
Malphites lose, I believe it's a 90-10, whether it's top lane or mid lane.
90-10.
90-10. So there was one of the developers talked about, one of the balance team people talked about how League of Legends doesn't really have any like 70-30, not really overpowering matchups, but the one they noticed was the Silas into Malphite. So we'll see if CSU can pilot this Silas into the same lane as the Malphite and make this life a living hell. Felwyn, though, he's going to lock in that Poppy for their team composition as he's going to be piloting that Smolder. Peaches, once again, asked to perform with the W. Very good into Silas, very good into Zach. Can stop the chains, the abscond, abduct, and can stop that slingshot engage from Zach here.
And one of the interesting things for me in this draft, Shibby, is Twisted Fate is actually a really good tool to limiting Eliza's potential in the side lanes, though likely it is going to be that Malphite pick. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. Mid lane bans thrown, Cass taken away from Failwin. Shibby, it could very likely be a Smolder mid, so the Cass ban potentially wasted
anymore.
As Twitch gets locked in. Oh my goodness, that's going to be, I believe, Akutsu's Twitch coming out.
Yeah, a completely different flavor from game one. Was on the brand 80 carry or AP carry, let's call it. Now is on to the Twitch here. A lot of late game power coming out from Cornell, and does open up Kaisek's favored champion, the Viego. So this Twisted Fate, 100% obviously, is going to the bot lane after we saw the Zach and the Silas picked up. The support
and they still banned away Ezreal Jhin.
Yeah, they banned it out just in case maybe they suspected that this Zach could get flexed into Kaisek's hand here. Lulu being locked in as the final pickup here. You've got enough beef. You've got enough engage. Why not just try to keep everybody alive with this enchanter? Yumi being locked in potentially for Divine was on the Thresh.
Yep.
There are 2 wolves inside Divine. The Thresh support, Hyper the carry, and there potentially is the Yumi here. All right, I got baited just a little bit. I would actually like this Morgana pick. Provides a lot of safety, right? I also think you could have gone with an enchanter here because you do have that double 80 carry composition with the Smolder mid and the Twitch in the 80 carry. But I do like this. Can keep either of your 2 carries very, very safe. Get down, Mr. President. We have to protect you too. It's president and vice president composition here for Cornell.
Right. And as you mentioned, I think really good into the Twisted Fate. You just kind of body block with the black shield. No gold card today, please. Your card has been declined. Please try again later. Will be interesting. Failwin, I feel like, is one of those players where we haven't seen too many like uber fed smolders get all the stacks super early. Failwin has been grinding on this pick, and if someone's gonna have a pop-off game with Smolder, even though I think we saw, was it Levi with the pentakill on Smolder a little bit ago?
Yeah. They ended up losing that game still,
or was it
right? Yeah.
Or was it Wind King? Was it Wind King last week?
Might have been Levi. Might have been both of them, for all we know.
No,
yeah,
it was
right.
Ottawa versus ONU. Yeah. I think it was Levi.
And you've been right? Smolder hasn't had that much success in the MEC, oddly enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Tier 3, it's been having a lot of success. Obviously, in Tier 1 and Tier 2 as well, across all the professional leagues. I want to see if Felwin can match the legendary LPL 225 stacks at 18 minutes and 42 seconds.
Crazy.
We'll see. Solo lane Smolder is actually a lot easier to stack with, surprisingly, because you only have to focus on one person. The W, you have more chances to land that, especially in the Silas, who's a melee solo laner. You can focus more on farming. You have the range advantage. You can get to that, I suspect, probably around the 22 to 23 minute mark. We'll see the execute from Felwin if all the games have been all the effort has been put into fruition here for Felwin. But yeah, Cornell College, very safe composition. The Malphite doesn't have to engage unless they want to. Can use it more as a peel tool. But Shoes, lot of responsibility on his shoulders here to make things happen with this Silas. You've got plenty of good ultimates. The Mother, the Malphite, even the chains coming out from Divine here. Twitch, the only real champion you have the hammer as well if you want to swing team fights potentially. But at that point, Twitch, the only ultimate Silas doesn't want to take here. CSU, bread and butter, backs against the wall. They need to tie it up here to set themselves up for their first win of the series. Cornell looking to end on a high note. Both teams still winless. Will this be the final game, Matt?
Summoners, let's find out as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2 of our best of 3 series. Shibby, this could very well be our last match of the regular season. With Monday comes playoffs. With playoffs comes a whole lot of extra excitement. Eliza gonna dodge barely the chains. Shoes goes a little wide to the right as we see Devin E and Akutso go into the bot jungle, place down some vision.
Cornell College trying to stuff it out just a little bit here. Like you said, Cleveland State, get that buff, get that vision on that red buff. So they'll find out where Peaches is starting. Eliza on the Malphite. I have that same skin. I hate that skin. It is. There's so many cooler skins. I appreciate it though, Eliza. I like that rockin'. Shamrock Malphite is so cool. I think out of like the older kind of skins, the old school ones, Shamrock is pretty sick here. But they're gonna know exactly where Peaches has started. That should help Cleveland State kind of get a beat on where the jungler is and allow Kha'Zix to potentially invade, look for some aggressive plays, as Shoes and Jason need to match up toe-to-toe against their counter solo laners.
Who's gonna get level 2 first? It's always the battle I look for in the early game. Can kind of swing things one direction or another. And Failwind going for fleet footwork. I wonder, as you mentioned before, which Smolder build we're gonna get today against the Zac. Could go for some percentage health looks, but Akutso can also opt for the Blade of the Rune King. So you got a lot of damage options here. Cornell, again, as we said before, looking to get the first series dub. Both teams have gotten game victories, but haven't been able to finish the job. So who's going to be able to do it tonight?
Yeah, Cornell College with this Malphite pick. I want to see what they're going to end up itemizing. I'm expecting full tank, but we could see some spiciness, full AP potentially if Eliza starts picking up some kills. Jason should have a better time in this matchup than into the Yorick. Malphite goes out of mana super quickly. Jason can just play the resource game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just burn all of Eliza's mana and then just keep abusing cooldowns. Keep abusing the fact that Zach is a resourceless champion here. You see, Eliza's already out of mana. She's done. She's got no more Qs. She's got no more pizza rolls to throw.
All out of dough. Does have teleport available. Can look to recall potentially to get back into this one, but we'll have to see. It will be interesting. Eliza definitely on a different champion versus the York from last game, so it's going to challenge the play style, I think, a little bit here. To opt for, we're not used to Eliza joining the team fights. Usually they're split push and taking care of business, but they're going to need Eliza to, I think, join some of these because the Malphite ultimate, a big engage tool that can knock up a lot of people. Both junglers, meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Peach is going to be able to secure that Scuttle Crab first. Kha'Zix has to recall, go back to base, a Sad King.
Yeah, no, it's asking a lot of a different kind of responsibility from Eliza, right? More used to playing those solo lanes, more used to playing that side lane split push pressure. Now you've got to be the primary engagers. Now bot lane, Aqua Chad or Aqua Lad flashes the stun, Scrub McLord burns a ghost, and so far, Summoner's Spell trade goes over to Cornell. But yeah, Mac, I want to kind of reel back to that point that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Eliza has to be that main engage, right? Something that maybe she's not used to doing, or uh-oh.
Here we go. This is the Jason Zach buff we've seen emerge in the past few weeks, and now Kha'Zix is looking for a tower dive as well. Eliza is in some serious danger here as the mist comes in, and Jason sets up Kha'Zix for perfect first blood success.
And that's exactly what you want to be doing on this Viego, right? Setting up dives, getting those kills early on to propel yourself in gold. Because Viego's build is pretty expensive for a jungler, right? It's not cheap. You gotta go Kraken Slayer, potentially Triforce if they end up going that, right? It's a lot of gold you need, so you gotta farm well, you gotta set up dives well, you gotta pick up kills here and there. Unfortunately, Eliza took that last chunk of damage from Jason, and that was the go point, that was the trigger there. Eliza maybe not looking a little too comfortable on this Malphite, not used to really piloting this champion. Especially into something like this Zach, who has so much lane priority, who has so much high base damages, and just bully you out of lane. Felwyn, small CS lead over Shoes here, content on farming. Same thing with this bot lane, right? Cornell just needs to not bleed out gold, and eventually they'll just win the game.
A much different game here, as Shoes is actually roaming up into the top lane. Eliza does have the ultimate available. Shoes is looking to steal it and head on to the Void Grubs. Peaches might respond, grab that first dragon of the game. We'll see how Cornell decide to play here as CSU start up the Void Grubs.
Yeah, I think the really cool thing about this Morgana pick as well is that it's not just for that gold card. It's also in case Shoes decides to steal a Malphite ult.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can then Black Shield either Felwyn, either Kutso, and say, you know what? Malphite ult is useless. It's done. You're not going to knock up. I would try to put that on Ikutso because I think having that ultimate, having Twitch,
so much healing,
kind of being
my gosh,
untethered, right, and keep firing away with that spray and pray is so much more valuable. Shoes might get a solo kill here. Oh, okay, Felwyn, there's some nice moves. Made him guess on the 50-50, and Shoes unfortunately guesses wrong. So far, much quieter game than game one, right, Mac?
Yep, exactly. Felwyn barely. I was honestly nervous seeing Shoes go in like that. But Shoes can't quite come up with the kill. Cornell, bit of a late start to the dragon, didn't opt to trade for it immediately. Kha'Zix is in the area on the bottom side of the map. Scrub McLord and Aqualad are heading up from the bot lane. Shibby, we may get a fight in the river as the top laners continue to duke it out. The dragon is secured. Peaches is coming around, looking for the wall slam, can't quite connect. Kha'Zix not yet level 6, roaming up. It is a fight of the level 5s as the binding does not connect. Another stun onto Peaches. Scrub McLord continues to fire away. Here's Kha'Zix with the flash stun. Peaches trying to get away, I think gonna survive for another season. Divine barely able to get out. The Kutso flashes away. Cornell College get the dragon and escape.
And Kaizik's looking good on this Viego, right? Just applying pressure in the top side, in the bottom lane, helping everybody out. And good from Cornell to not stay for this wave, despite how juicy it looked. Because that would have been an easy alley-oop, for Kaizik's in that dive in the bottom lane. But instead, applies that pressure. Cornell are just playing for team. Whoa!
Kaizik's not yet level 6.
Oh.
Barely survives. That is
how much HP?
That is a sliver of HP, barely hanging on by a thread. Peaches, meanwhile, goes up into the top lane. No level 6 just yet. Eliza not in range for the ultimate. Jason misses the Q, but gets some healing, and Peaches is going to have to back away. The slingshot comes out. Eliza continues to dish out more dough with those seismic shards, goes in. Teleport not available. Doesn't have the mana. I think Jason's going to be able to survive. Eliza's got to back away. It's a lot of HP. Jason gets back. Again, no mana for the Zac. Not restrained by the normal limits of champions. Is going to keep on shoving.
Yeah, and just there's not enough mana for Eliza to come with the kill. But Peaches coming back in for the gank here. Should be fine, though. Jason completely fine. Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, Peach has got to be careful. Kaizik's is level 6. A lot of damage available now with the Viego ultimate. Grub spawning here shortly. Shu's going to miss the chains. And Peach is so fast on the Poppy. Low-key has gotten out of a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, schmovin' for sure. With that roam, Felwyn allowed to push it once again. Has been unbothered, untethered in this mid lane. Would love to get a stack check when we can around the 10.5 minute. So just for reference.
Stat check. 93 is good.
93 at the 10-minute mark is wild. You're setting yourself up. 93 at 10 minutes. You're setting, like you said, you're setting yourself up for that 22 to 24 minute Q25 stack potentially. Right? It'll be really important how they end up stacking the Q with the extended Q kind of burst that comes out with it, because it'll evolve into shooting 3 more in the back. Uh-oh. Ultimate used. Felwyn might be in a bit of trouble.
Jess, I think, wants to shove in the wave. Is
here.
Jason coming in. Shoes' mother coming out for some damage. A huge knockup. Peach is trying to keep him alive. Huge knockups all the way. Ultimate comes through. Kaizik's trying to steal someone. It's a 1-for-1 trade in a very close fight. And Peaches really knows their way around that hammer.
Yeah, very good. Eliza gets some alone time with this turret. Picks up a plate for themselves.
Gets a level advantage with the experience.
Yep, but that is going to open up grubs potentially. But it might be a 2v2 for this.
Oh, ultimate onto Kaizik's, who did use their ultimate earlier in the shutdown for Eliza. Cornell, the 2v2 Shoes has teleported in. Failwin, no teleport available just yet. Eliza going to try to get on out of here, but with the ward, oh my gosh, they get the knockback in, and Eliza goes down, trying to help secure. That is crazy. Jason on the Zac is a different animal, a different weapon. The dash stop. Shoes has to back away. Failwin waiting to go over the wall. The W in with the Q, and yes, Failwin turns it around.
Scrub McLord in the bot side here.
More fighting across the rift. Shibby Divine, beautiful, a huge chain trying to stun up Scrub McLord, but Akutsu not long for the world. A huge root. Scrub McLord can't move, but it is Divine that goes down, choosing his life over Akutsu's to try and save Crazy.
It's a real one right there. Support. Divine sacrificing their life, and they just can't fight that, right? Unfortunately, Twitch Morgana are not going to outvalue Twisted Fate and the Lulu here. That E passive that Twisted Fate has does so much damage, and you top that up with the Lulu, with the hyper, right? Not the hyper, sorry, the W, the help picks and everything like that. It just makes it so much worse to fight that 2v2. Ikutsu will thrive later on in the game, right? When we hit 30 minutes, potentially 28 minutes, that's when we can really start to see this Twitch shine. But Felwyn has picked up a couple kills, is on pace to hitting that execute pretty early into the game. Should be fine here. And there's the Shojin. So we should either see Leandries or Riftmaker. I like this build.
Big gold lead for Scrub McLord in the bot lane, over 1,000, but it's Sweet Peaches who continues to make plays. A CC chain, Aqualad was stuck there in that same exact spot for so long. That was hard to watch. Slam into the wall, Morgana Dark Binding, Poppy Ultimate, and they're going to open themselves up for Dragon, their second one of the game.
Yeah, they duct taped them to the wall right there, like straight up. They literally just like, nope, you're not allowed to move for the rest of the game. I believe this is that second set of grubs. I think there's a 5-1 split for Cleveland.
No, 6-0
here, so that'll give some. Oh, 6, right? Yeah, it's like 6-0 actually.
Right in the mid lane. Meanwhile, lots of members. I believe Scrum McLord ulting in as well. Now Failwind forced to flash over the wall. Kaizix follows with Wild Growth. It's another kill going over to CSU.
Oh. Kaizix 3-1-3 right now. 100% kill participation. This Viego is getting out of hand. Uh-oh, Divine?
Caught out. Akutsu's here as well. The gold card menacing. Kaizix searching, gold card hunting, black shield plus flash. Able to escape. A summoner spell used. Akutsu is scared in this bot lane. Scrub McLord with a big CS lead.
Yeah, that flash, unfortunate, right? Black shield would have been more than enough. Uh-oh. Eliza?
Jason's got to be careful here, Shippy. We got so much action over the past few minutes. We thought we were getting a quiet game for game number 2, but everyone's bringing the heat, especially Failwind coming in. Flamio Hotman as the Zac goes down, splits. Teleport is available. Shu's going to use it. Getting real low. There it is. Jason comes out. Once again, lots of healing. Cornell's got to be careful. Big ultimate stolen. Shoes has to be careful. Failwind going deep. Let's see. Kaizix is joined as well. Is this going to be a big turnaround? Failwind underneath the turret. Shoes barely survives. The W from Smolder not going to be able to do it. What a close engage there should be. I thought for a second that CSU was going to be able to turn that one around.
And all the meanwhile, bottom lane tier 1 turret actually goes over into the favor of Cleveland State. That's first turret gold going over to them. They are comfortably 3,000 gold ahead, although with that, Cornell take the kill. They push out Shoes. They force him to recall, so now there's no one to help you with this Rift Herald. And despite Cleveland State getting all sets of grubs, they lose over the Rift Herald, and Cornell is up 2 dragons at the moment. It's an Ocean Soul on the menu. 2.5 minutes from now, Cornell could be put onto Soul Point. Despite Cleveland State having the kills, having the gold, once again, they're just not really able to execute on that gold lead, right? Scrub McLord is not allowed to participate. As Akutsu is just going to ghost on out. Yeah, Jason, a force to be reckoned with on this Zac. Not limited by the Poppy just yet.
Yep. Akutsu just trying to farm up and stay in this game. Scrub McLord once again a CS menace. 151 at the 16-minute mark. Akutsu gonna roll on down to the mid lane. Some CS getting thrown. Some fodder into the top turret. Failwind's gonna try and catch up. Keep on stacking. Mid laners will meet in the top lane. Top laners will meet in the bot. Bots are going mid. And surprisingly, this is kind of normal for us. This is what we see a lot.
Yeah. There's another wet noodle fight in this bot side. Eliza opting in for the Kanik Rukern here. Not bad itemization by any means, right? Zac and Silas, a lot of AP damage, a lot of magic damage here, but Kaizix once again making the numbers advantage for themselves.
Fights across the map as Rift Herald is summoned. Eliza trying to escape with the ultimate. Shoes is getting low. Failwind going underneath the turret, taking some heat from the damage, but the 1v1 goes his way. Failwind continues to dominate the mid lane matchup on the Smolder pick, but this is an an inner turret getting picked up with 6 grubs. Those turrets go down quick as Scrub McLord is going to be able to get a shutdown. I think it should have been a shutdown, but Failwind not that ahead, I suppose. Scrub McLord, a good roam up 2-0-1 on the Twisted Fate.
That TF, one of the worst things to go against Cornell's composition, right? The way Cornell likes to play fundamentally. extending in those side lanes, playing super deep. TF just kind of ruins all that. Now Cleveland State need to put 2 and 2 together. They need to go, hey, let's use that numbers advantage. Let's force a 1v1. Let's bait somebody on Cornell's side, and let's use that TF ultimate to stack the numbers against him. Kaizix has been doing a really good job being in the right place at the right time here as we take a flash at the gold. Scrub McLord, 7,800 again. The strongest singular member in the game. Is he going to be allowed to carry, or is it going to go to the wayside once again? Similar to that Draven.
215, Shibby. 218. This is fail win. This is what we were thinking about. The stacking dragon has arrived, and for this fight, he might be able to stack up enough to get the execute for the next dragon. Here we go, Shibby. Potential 5v5 as the teams take position. CSU trying to burn down the objective as quickly as possible. Failwin trying to get it. Peaches looking for the steal. Stunned up. Solo, yes!
Oh!
Peaches with the steal takes the objective. Shoes with the flank. Two-man ultimate. Jason on top. The perfect engage. Eliza trying to follow. Failwin is safe in the back line. Has got the execute available. Is looking to burn through CSU, but it's a double kill for Kaizix. The resets are coming through. The execute comes down. Shut down onto Shoes. Failwin taking over the fight. It's Failwin versus Kaizix. Aqualad there. The supports and the carries. Who's going to come out on top? It's a quadra kill for Kaizix. The moment for the CSU jungler has come over the wall. Kaizix, yes! It's a pentakill for Kaizix.
Kaizix on this Viego, just a massive team fight win. We saw why it was banned last week against him. We saw why it was banned in game 1 of this series. The man, I said he was getting out of control. He was getting out of hand. He was 100% kill participation not too long ago. 11 out of 12 here. You may have an execute. You may have a dragon, but we have a man that's out for revenge.
8,000, almost 9,000 gold. Black Shield is going to stop that CC chain. Cornell may be one dragon away from Ocean Soul, but that fight might have swung the game in CSU's favor. Akutsu, meanwhile, getting caught in the mid lane. No gold card. Flashes away safely under turret.
Could open up for Jason to redive this, right? Akutsu's just not having a fun time, and that was one of the concerns I had for this Twitch, picking it so late into the Zac, into the TF, right? There's so many ways that if Divine isn't there holding your hand, being with you this whole time, with this Black Shield, you could just die instantly as Kaizix has caught Peaches in the jungle, but Peaches, no stranger, puts on the fancy shoes and is able to get out of there. And that was crazy because Cleveland State won that fight, but barely. Even though Shoes got a massive ult, they stole the Malphite ult, got onto Jason, or sorry, got onto Felwyn, got onto Akutsu, but that just shows how strong Smolder is. Cleveland State, prime position now to win this game. 4,000 gold ahead. The gold didn't budge 1,000, right? It was only 1,000 separating these guys for the longest time. Cleveland State in the driver's seat, and it's not on Scrub McLord to carry now. It's on Kaizix.
Trying to find the stun. Failwin fancy feet. Ultimate comes out. Trying to lock down Kaizix, but a lot of shielding, a lot of support. They got the squad up here in the top lane to avoid any more fighting. Rest of the map, Akutsu goes mid lane to push in the wave. It is so many members up here on the top side of the map, and a teleport from Shoes, I believe. Could be, no, yep, Shoes comes back up into the top lane, going to try and stop the pushing, but I think they got it. Akutsu and Divine are going to slow down Jason from joining the top lane fight. Scrum McLord does have the ultimate available. Got to keep our eyes out for that one, Chibi.
Yeah, and people might think now, oh, GF ultimate does come out. Someone wants to fight, and it's Cleveland State with the stolen Malphite ultimate. Run, Cornell, run!
Shoes is coming! I feel like this is the perfect time for Shoes is on the other foot joke with him playing Silas, but I'm just going to throw that in there. Dragon spawning in a minute 10. Let's see. It's a tricky situation for CSU, right? Because Cornell can either play for Baron and just pick up that, and they don't lose too much with CSU just picking up one dragon. So we'll see how well Cornell can play the macro game as Failwind gets caught. They have their target. The carry gets deleted, and the hammer drops too late, Shibby. The fight, I think, is over. CSU have opened things up for themselves. Shoes re-engages. Akutsu's still alive, but no ultimate available. Oh my gosh, Peach is trying to back away. The fight's still going on. Jason's getting low. The passive, I'm not sure if it's available. So much healing. Eliza? They want Jason, but Eliza may have stepped up too far. Kaizix goes godlike as CSU continue to push, continue to build on their gold lead, and continue to take fight after fight. Dragon now spawning.
And we said Cornell have the opportunity to go for one or the other, but Cleveland says no. You're not allowed to pick. You're not allowed to choose. You're not allowed to breathe.
Nope.
As Shoes hits a snap. Stolen Malphite engage onto Felwyn, and this game rests solely on Cornell's support here. Divine has to be instantaneous with these Black Shields, right? You have to Black Shield Felwyn, but it's so hard to react to that stolen Malphite ultimate. It's rough. And Felwyn should be a little bit more conscious of their positioning, right? Because you're stepping up. Shoes still has Malphite ultimate. It's not ticking off. You've got to be more aware. You can't play that confidently because it's so hard. It's so demanding to ask your support to say, hey, snap react to this Malphite ult, and you have to Black Shield me. It's really, really difficult. Especially when I'm assuming, this game's obviously played online. There is going to be some ping differences, right? You can't do it instantaneously. You're not on 0 ping, unfortunately. Cornell College. Down but not out. They still have, like we said, that Felwyn Smolder scaling. And you guys are wondering, well, he's at 225 now. Is that the end of his scaling? No. For every 60 extra stacks after 225, he gets. So 285, then 345, so on and so forth, then 405.
Dang, you're nice with it. Plus 60 I know. After plus 60?
I know. I'm got some math in me. Anyways, every 60 stacks after will increase the threshold of execution by 1% extra. So right, 3.5%. Yep. So I think it's like base 3.5% health, and it goes up to 4.5, 5.5, so on and so forth.
Gotcha.
So it's still very important for Felwyn to keep stacking on this Smolder.
Just never stop.
You can never stop, and that might be the difference maker, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Close to the 26-minute mark, and it's about a 6,000 gold lead here for CSU. Kaizix, a huge performance on the Viego, 9-1-4. Teleport coming out. Failwind wants to join the fight, but it may be too late as Eliza tries to ultimate out, barely hanging on, somehow survives, but Shibby Shoes has stolen the Malphite ultimate.
This is the big thing now for Divine. Can they stop this? Felwyn's definitely going to get ulted here.
Did Failwind need to flash there? I thought he was okay. I thought Failwind was okay.
He needed to.
Baron on the table now. Here we go. Buckle up. Another objective fight. We know in this match between these two teams, at this current game state, the fights around the objectives are going to be close. They're going to be fun. And CSU not messing around. They do not want Peaches stealing yet another objective.
Yeah, Cornell, they can just wait, right? They have 3 chances here, 3 opportunities potentially to do that Baron or Dragon trade or get that Ocean Solace. Uh-oh, he's caught out, but Lulu.
No Malphite ultimate to go with it. No Smolder ultimate. It was a big pick, but key cooldowns missing. Viego ultimate used. Poppy ultimate stolen. Yep. Cornell forced to back away, and Dragon spawned in 2 minutes. Baron's still up.
A lot of good ultimates for Shoes to use. Really good awareness, right? Situational, specifically. You know, we talk about there's things called situational football. They're situational League of Legends, guys. And that is an instance where Shoes used it. Stole the Poppy ultimate, saw that his team was on the run, puts a numbers advantage, stops the push from Cornell, because Cornell wanted to keep going for that, right?
Yep.
Got the Viego ultimate out. They got the Lulu ultimate out. They got so much of that away. They could have potentially gone on for the chase because Eliza's ultimate was coming back up in about 15 seconds, maybe a little less than that.
Yeah.
Good from Cleveland State. Like we said, Cornell can just opt in for that Dragon Baron trade, can just play They have 3 chances for Ocean Soul. They have 3 chances, essentially, for Cleveland State to mess up here. Uh-oh.
Wow, Eliza trying to pick out Kaizix. It is a high-priority target, but the follow-up isn't there. Failwind didn't use the ultimate. Redemption comes in, but so does Mother. Shoes with the Smolder ultimate, maybe looking for more. It's a lot of damage coming out of Failwind. This may be the fight for Cornell. They're going to try to turn it around. Shoes getting low. The execute does come through. Failwind burns Shoes off the map in Cornell with a huge pick off of the back of Eliza, catching out Kaizix. They're going to go for the Baron objective. Cleveland State, though, Shippy, they're not going to take their foot off the gas pedal. They're going to try to contest. Scrum McLord still alive. He has the ultimate. He can get the vision, but the objective, no, they're just going to back off.
They can't. They don't have enough power. Shoes, like we said, has a lot of responsibility on their shoulders for Cleveland State, right? Has to be picture perfect with stealing these ultimates, whether it's a Malphite for engage, whether it's a Felwyn ultimate, a Smolder ultimate for the disengage, or even the Poppy ultimate, has to be on point. And when Shoes goes down, this Cleveland State composition loses a lot of its power, loses a lot of what it does good at. Because you can't just have Jason and Kaizix going in. They're going to get singled out. They're going to get destroyed here.
Ocean Soul time, like Shibby.
Ocean Soul is on the menu, and I feel like Scrub McLord just has not been able to participate. This TF pick not working out the way I thought it would be.
Still does have the ultimate available, was saving it for this moment, has the gold card, trying to clear out vision. Dragon's getting low. Peaches, no, Kaizix is the hero, but the fight, Failwind's just burning everybody away. Shoes is going to try to hop in, but it is a Cornell-dominated fight. Oh my, Eliza popping off and having a huge ultimate in there. Kaizix may have stolen the dragon, but it's Cornell now pushing.
They might just end up stealing this Nexus here. Death timers are decently long, but I think they're just going to play that safe route. Cornell, methodical, slow. You understand how important this is for them to come out potentially with a win under their belt, going into momentum with this playoffs coming up very, very soon. They're going to end up pushing this mid lane inhibitor turret at the bare minimum down, and we'll take that inhibitor. They can recall, cash out some of that gold, but yeah, Eliza, massive 3-man ultimate to stop everything in Cleveland State's tracks, and gave the space for Ikutsu, for Felwyn to really start firing away. And there's that Rift Maker that we talked about, Smolder. Really crazy builds right now. I think that is going to be ending up in Essence Reaver, 4th item. Felwyn's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. 13,100 gold has eclipsed, or not, sorry, has gone past Scrub McLord now. Felwyn is the single strongest member in the game, and you can feel it.
We talked earlier whether or not Eliza was going to come up and rise to the new role required in this match, right? Playing York versus playing Malphite, very, very different. Eliza able to find that key moment to go for the engage, huge, huge ultimate. And like we saw for Shoes before, it's hard enough trying to react when someone steals the Malphite ultimate, but what if you don't have to steal it and can just use it and go Yamo mode? Eliza coming up big for the team. We'll have to see. Again, this game is far from over. CSU stole the dragon. They are stacking up Ocean Drakes and still have a gold lead.
Yeah, it is 2 Ocean Drakes right now, but it's so negligible, right? You're never going to be able to really use that. And so Cornell, like I said, 3 chances, now down to 2 to take that Ocean Soul. The Baron ended up netting them that mid lane inhibitor turret for themselves, and now they're just going to start kind of pushing down some of these other lanes. The saving grace really for Cleveland. TF does have that Jack Show's protein and wants to get a little tankier. They get Divine.
CSU down but not out, still with the gold lead, trying to make plays happen. And we were talking about how we hadn't really felt Scrub McLord's impact too much in this mid game. Comes up with a big pick there. Divine gets taken down, but the struggle for CSU, there's no objectives to try and grab right now.
And I lied, it's not an Essence Reaver. It's actually Felwyn opting for that Frostborn Gauntlet. Wants to be tankier, wants to survive, get that slow off, reduce the damage. It's not a bad itemization coming out. Also, same thing with Scrub McLord. Jack Show allows you to be tanky, allows you to heal off some of the damage potentially if you are ending up in that mosh pit of a team comp against Cornell. And I was going to say, the saving grace really for Cleveland is that Ikutsu is nowhere near as strong as he needs to be. It's 33 minutes into the game, and Twitch is at 2 items. It's not really until 3 items where he is most likely going to be picking up that Infinity Edge, I suspect, or even Kraken Slayer. But it looks like it will be Infinity Edge that he's going to start popping off. So they do have a window for Cleveland State, although Felwyn very far ahead on the Smolder. This Twitch just not providing the same amount of oomph needed for these fights. So you're putting a lot of that power on Felwyn.
4-member Scrub McLord here as well. No Twisted Fate ultimate. There's Shoes' stolen ultimate. Eliza trying to come in. Oh my gosh, so grouped together, but not
So
going to pull the
juicy.
trigger. I was like flash ult. Eliza's ult's on cooldown. I may have missed it.
Oh, Eliza ulting straight out of the teleport, not actually netting anybody here, so never mind. No ultimate available, although Ikutsu's not in this fight, guys. It's a 4v5.
Failwind safe in the back line. A lot of healing going to come out here, but they're not on Failwind. Chooses, steals the Malphite ultimate. Maybe the re-engage there. Failwind flashes away. Perfect timing. Cornell staying in this game. Win the fight. Heavily handed. Get 3 kills. And now look to push mid.
Smolder damage is balanced, guys. Smolder is balanced. Just an insane performance here coming out from Felwyn. That's why Cleveland State banned it. And we talked about CSU being put in a pickle. No minions, though. Cleveland State can still look to try to save this potentially.
Wow, Eliza, huge ultimate to make up for the one before. Locks down Scrub McLord. Failwind gonna burn down. Oh my gosh, the Leandries puts Void Seed. Oh, that's crazy. A lot of damage. The hero, Kaizix, do you got another pentakill up your sleeve? Jason's going to try to save it. Peaches knocks him back. Kaizix trying to get on into the backline, but it's so much damage. And Cornell College break their curse and come up with a high note to end on, finishing off CSU, picking up their first win of the season in dramatic fashion. Should be a comeback that I did not see coming, but we knew the potential was there. Failwind scaling on the Smolder comes through in a big way.
And CSU were just put in a draft pickle, right? Eliza, you got to ban 3 champions of hers out. Now you got to ban out Felwyn Smolder. Wait a minute. Now we got not enough bans, guys. We don't know what to do. And so one of those OP champions does get left on the window. Felwyn on the Smolder. Massive, massive carry performance. And a really good topside from Cornell coming out with the substitute jungler, right? Peaches, the main support, hopping into jungle saying, you know what?
Let me Poppy.
If you can do it, Cuddy, I can do it better. Has to play Poppy, right? Into the Zac. Your job is the W. Your job is to R. Your job is to provide numbers advantages. Played it perfectly there. And Eliza playing vastly different play styles, right? Game 1, split push, banging down your turrets. I'm coming home. I'm finding out where that Nexus is. And now into the Malphite. Started a little bit here and there, but ulted when it mattered. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky, baby.
Wow. What a finish. Shibby, that's it for us in the regular season.
That's our final cast for the regular season, yeah.
Thank God we got playoffs, right?
Yeah, I think we're back Monday. We're actually just back Monday, by the way.
We are casting on Monday in just a few days, so don't feel too bad for Mac and Shibby. We got more MEC CLOL action to cover. Really, really happy with how this regular season went overall. Shout out MEC community. Esports events are really more than just a place to compete. It's a social experience. You get to meet friends and rivals, bond and grow with your peers, and create memories that define someone's esports experience. It can capture the passion of esports in its truest sense. Gamers and their experiences are just one aspect covered in Unified's newest offering, Mastering the Arena, People Power Esports, which you can use the command in Twitch chat, !People Power. We're going to hop into a quick break. We've got a post-game interview, the first one for Cornell. Very exciting. Can't wait to see who we got joining us. Bit of a mystery. Hope you stick around. We'll be back right after the break. Hello, everyone, and thank you guys so much for joining us for the post-game interview. We have joining us the Cornell support turned jungler for tonight's action. Peaches joining us for the post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello.
And Peaches, you look like a natural in the jungle. You fooled me. I didn't know you were a support main. The Poppy, instant looked so good. You felt like you knew your limits. You were invading. You were on point with the abilities. You hit like really impactful ultimates both in game 1 and game 2. Your W's were on point. Can you talk to me about kind of having to fill into this jungle role? Like, do you have like a secret jungle account? Like, come on, spill the beans.
I'm not a jungle player. I've played a couple games of jungle here and there. I think my pool is really interesting because I play a lot of like Poppy support, Rel support, Maokai support, so we weren't really nervous about flexing me into the jungle in that term, just because I have some champions that can be good like frontline team fight junglers, so it wasn't the worst. Also, we just didn't want to off-roll anyone else. We figured like we can substitute one person, but we don't want to move everyone around.
Yeah, that's smart. Low utility tank junglers for the win.
Mm-hmm.
And walk us through a little bit in that final match. You guys down a little bit in the mid game, losing the dragon. You had one sick dragon steal. I was a big fan of that. Made the game really interesting. But then CSU, they come back, take some dragons of their own, and really close team fights throughout that mid game. So walk us through Cornell kind of staying the course, finding a way to come out with the win in that game too.
A lot of our wins I'll give to communication. I think a lot of our communication has been really good in these fights. A lot of the time we'll call for something and we kind of have this mindset of like, we all 5 go for it. If none of us go for it, then like, or if some of us don't go for it at the same time, it's like, we'd rather lose as a team than lose split off. So that sort of, you know, inspires a lot of our team fights where we just all go in on these things. We all commit. And as for like our mid game, I thought, you know, it was pretty good. Aside from the Viego pentakill, which was a little rough.
Yeah.
But besides that, like a lot of our team fights were really solid. We agreed to fight in chokes or get picks and try to like CC chain them. So that was a big part of it. Just letting the smolder scale, letting our mid laner scale, trying to play front to back, not play too engagey, but not play too far back.
Yeah, that Poppy pick kind of just put Cleveland at a checkmate, I want to say, right? Because Eliza drawing 3 bans, Felman, a Smolder Maniac, almost hit, I think, that 18-minute, 42-second, 220. Like, he was close. He was really close to that. He's
a Smolder fanatic, yeah.
yeah. Tons of games. Did you feel like you guys had like a really good draft strategy coming into Cornell? Was banning the Zac ever an option, or was Eliza just like, yeah, I'd win. It's fine.
To be honest, I don't think banning the Zac was too big of a problem just because I play a lot of Poppy. So Poppy is not, you know, I'm not afraid of Zac players. It's my pick into a lot of like Zac, Rakan, Nautilus sort of things when I'm playing support. And we also draft Eliza some teamfight champs or just champions that can like influence the map. So I wasn't too worried about a Zac getting fed. He can't really get on our backline with a Poppy. So I was surprised they didn't ban the Poppy when they picked Zac, but I was a little relieved because I think that if they didn't ban Poppy, it was going to be a lot more rough for us.
I'm curious, with the regular season kind of coming to a close, it's been Cornell's debut season here in the MEC. I'm curious what the experience has meant to the team as a whole. You guys have gone to LAN, got playoffs coming up. What are your thoughts on how the season's been for the team as a whole?
Oh man, well, this is my first season here, right? This is my first year at Cornell, so I enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed being around everyone. It was personally really fun for me. I thought, like, you know, getting to know everyone and getting to compete in a big tournament was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again. I know 3 of our players are graduating this year, so hopefully we can field a team and do it again.
Yeah.
And do better next year because it was a little rough for us this year.
Hey, it's all coming together. You still got playoffs coming up. We've seen some playoff magic happen in MEC playoff pass, so hoping to see you guys, you know, down but not out, and got a double elimination playoff bracket, I believe. So lots of MEC action still left. Excited to see how you guys do. We've been big fans of y'all and how y'all play. So before we let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to give out?
I have a couple friends watching, so I want to give a shout out to my friend Rhea. She's been a great supporter of me and coming to the school, so I love her, and my great girlfriend at home. And my team, obviously my team. We played really well today. And I hope our actual jungler is having a good time in Indiana.
Well, we appreciate you coming on for the post-game interview. Wish you guys the best of luck for playoffs and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great one.
That is going to do it for Mac and Shibby's regular season. We've got more MEC action, though, Saturday and Sunday. Week 5 still going on. Standings still up in the air. Lots of regular season MEC action left. Yeah, quick standings check before we get into the weekend. Big matches between Ottawa and GVU, as well as Purdue Northwest taking on Ohio Northern. So Travi and MEC got a very fun lineup to finish off the season.
Yeah.
And then Shibby, Monday night, March 4th, playoffs for the MEC begin.
Yeah,
quick look at the standings. Yeah, let's
over
dive
here.
in.
ONU, top of the mountain. The bottom half is locked here. And standings, ONU sitting there. PNW potentially looking for that first place spot, right? Like you mentioned, Mac, they end up playing ONU tomorrow, Saturday, first game of the day. That game determines first place, right? Almost.
Yep.
And then you've got another banger with Grandview and Briarcliff University on Saturday, March 2nd, after the ONU Purdue game. And if Grandview win that game, they potentially set themselves up for a 3-way tie if Purdue Northwest beat ONU.
Yep.
Because they end off our regular season on Sunday, March 3rd. A grudge match, El Clasico. These two teams hate each other. I promise you, they do not like each other. GVU versus Ottawa will affect the standings, will affect a lot. But it's only really if Purdue Northwest can come out with that win. ONU can spoil everything with a perfect, unblemished record.
Just go undefeated. Can they move it to the top? We will find out this weekend. We hope you guys stay tuned for all the MEC coverage on the Unified live stream. That's going to do it, though, for Mac and Shippy tonight. We hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Catch y'all later.